We missed y'all. Did you have a good Juneteenth? Did you come out and see our amazing fireworks show? And hopefully you had a great 4th of July. You saw our Grammy Award-winning, Grammy-nominated artists. But we are glad to be back. We have missed all of you. We hope you've missed all of us. I know, staff, you all haven't missed us. Whenever we get together, every time we meet, you just end up with more work. But we're gonna try and not give you too much tonight. All right, we're gonna get started. Or do folks want to wait for these computers? I see a couple people. I'll tell you what, we'll try and work on this during the break, and just for this work session, we'll be old school and raise our hands. We got a lot to talk about tonight, but we're going to have a good meeting. We're going to have a good meeting. And colleagues, if you trust me, I'm going to get us out of here by 9:30. 9:30 at the latest. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public at large. This is a roll call for the July 9th work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams-Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
And joining us with a new summer due is District 2's Councilwoman Gomes. All right, please sound to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the city manager monthly report that will be provided by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Can you hear me okay? No? Can you hear me now? Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, members of the public, staff. I furnished my monthly report to you by email, and I know I received some questions. We're working on answers, subject to anybody else's questions.
Yeah, we'll do a show of hands right now because a couple of folks are still. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
Good afternoon. Is it possible that we have a walkthrough sometime this month of Walkmall Park Pool?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We are close, very close.
I understand.
Yes.
I know you all are, and I'm not rushing because I want it right, but I would like to have a walkthrough if you don't mind.
Sure. We'll
Thank you.
Get that on the books for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Seeing Councilwoman Rowell.
Just for, and hopefully you can respond to this, the sidewalks on Enid Road, how far do they extend down Enid Road? And the reason I'm asking, because naturally I'm getting people on Enid who are also asking for sidewalks, so I want to be able to clearly tell them.
Sure.
And then advocate for, additional sidewalks, just where they start and end.
All right, so I have the answer. I'm going to read it for you. The new sidewalks will be installed to a point 190 feet south of the middle of the new bridge on both sides, 162 feet north of the middle of the new bridge on the east side, and a total of 235 feet north of the middle of the bridge, trying to extend into the existing sidewalks. And so they will connect to the new bridge on Eden Road in both directions.
Okay. Which is pretty far down, I guess, on one side. I'm clear. But that'll be something I'll be asking for in budget 2025.
So yeah, you want to consider the extension.
Thank you.
All right, that reminds me of something that I promised several residents that I would ask. I know that we may not have it on the T-SPLOS schedule that we have now, but there are several residents along Union Road, which affronts Westlake High School, that are very interested in sidewalks. If you could speak to the realm of possibility in which we might be able to get sidewalks in front of that high school.
So we did meet at some point with the school board, and the best they told us is they would cooperate with us with right-of-way, which now I know that's a bigger deal than I thought at the time, because we have a lot of challenges acquiring right-of-way. So it is something that we can program into our next iteration of sidewalks, and that's the extent that they're willing to support us on it. They're not going to pay to put in any sidewalks, except they put in what's directly in front of the school and nothing else.
Thank you so much, residents. You've heard that. The school board, you vote for them, and they are accountable to you as well. So just help us help you. All right, any further questions?
I do have a few announcements.
Okay, go
if
ahead.
I can. This afternoon, I'd like to introduce a few new employees. I'm not sure if they're all here. If you are here, please stand up to be recognized. Justin Akoma. He is an intern in the mayor's office. He's Justin, and he is working on traffic calming. Lamaya Clinton is with the clerk's office and reports with Councilwoman Rao. Philip Watley is with clerk's office and reports with Councilwoman Bell. Barrett Alexander, CDRA, a zoning plan reviewer. Kasai McCoy, who you've all met. Not sure if he got caught in the rain or if he's here yet, but he's with Public Affairs. He does our visual and digital media. And Jamarlo Phillips with Public Affairs, who you've already met. So please join me in welcoming them to Team South Fulton. Thank you. You may be seated. And a point of privilege, I emailed you a few months ago to let you know that we have started our first Employee of the Month award for our team, and we have a collaborative process where employees get to nominate through directors a deserving employee, and there's a committee that meets to select the Employee of the Month. And I cannot think of the first inaugural and most deserving person. I'd like him to come forward, and that is Captain Chris Lavallee. So Chris is surprised. He had no idea this was happening. Congratulations. We told him he had to come down and make a presentation. He came all dressed up. He's all nervous. Congratulations. Can we ask you to take a picture with Chris? Hold on. Thank you, Mayor and Council. That's everything that I have at this time.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to presentations. First presentation this evening is a discussion regarding the intergovernmental agreement between the City of South Fulton and the City of South Fulton Development Authority. The Director of the Economic Development Department, Artie Jones, is present, as well as Ms. Mercedes Miller, who is the chairperson of the South Fulton Development Authority.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council, as well as the citizens of South Fulton. I am Mercedes Miller. I am the chair for the South Fulton Development Authority, and I want to thank you all for even entertaining the intergovernment agreement. It is very important. We have come a long ways with this board, and we hope to do good work for South Fulton. It has been a joy working with the city manager and her staff, as well as Artie Jones, in getting this goal accomplished. So thank you all for listening, and we are hopeful for your support. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On this evening, we'd like for the City Council during the regular session to consider authorizing the mayor to execute a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of South Fulton and the South Fulton Development Authority. The members of the Development Authority you guys appointed, that is Mercedes Miller, she's a chairwoman, representative at large, John DeLagle, who serves as the vice chairman, Dana Tucker Davis, who serves as secretary, representing District 2, Nathan Lewis is treasurer, he's the mayor appointee. He was just reappointed recently. Stacy Williams, who represents District 5, September Cooper, who represents District 7, James Reese, who represents District 4, Phyllis Minter, who represents District 6, and Kimberly Mays, who represents District 3. As you guys know, the South Fulton Development Authority was established in December of 2018 to exercise Development Authority law. The area that the South Fulton Development Authority covers is the same as the incorporated city limits of the City of South Fulton. On July 22nd, 2022, the City of South Fulton executed its first IGA with the South Fulton Development Authority. This intergovernmental agreement was to renew annually up to 5 years. The City of South Fulton, of course, they terminated that agreement in September 16th, 2022, and now the City of South Fulton Board was reappointed in April and May of 2023. What is an intergovernmental agreement? I know that all of you guys know, but maybe the citizens might not know. The intergovernmental agreement is basically a playbook, or it is a business plan between the City of South Fulton, an organization, and one of the organizations that they represent, which is the South Fulton Development Authority. It defines the business terms between the City of South Fulton and SFDA to facilitate revitalization and development of underutilized and underdeveloped property in the city, and to attract investment, strengthen the city's economic base, and tax digest, and attract new industries. The major components within this particular agreement are cut straightforward and to the point. And this agreement was looked over by the City of South Fulton Development Authority attorneys, as well as your city attorney and also the city manager. The major components of this agreement is that the city will provide staff for the South Fulton Development Authority to go about its work to do things. They utilize economic development staff, and they also use my assistance, and I serve as the executive director for the Development Authority. They provide their finance department. They support us by opening up bank accounts for us and basically providing audits for us on an annual basis. They make sure that we abide by the same procurement rules as the City of South Fulton. They have also provided to the South Fulton Development Authority $60,000 in American Rescue Plan funding, which the South Fulton Development Authority will expend before the deadline, which is December 31st in 2024. They provide meeting space. The South Fulton Development Authority utilizes 6385 Old National Highway Suite 210 as the office of, they utilize that particular building for their Development Authority meetings. And they also utilize that particular facility for the storage of their, files and things of that nature. The City of South Fulton, on an annual basis, provides the Development Authority with funding. They provide right now approximately $150,000 per year to the Development Authority. And that particular money is within the bank account that the city oversees. It's a Regions account. The South Fulton Development Authority will also provide quarterly updates to the City Council and the Mayor on a quarterly basis, and we have been doing that, and we also invite the City Council to come to our monthly meetings. And of course, as I mentioned before, this particular agreement is set up so that it renews 4 times for a total of 5 years, the initial year plus 4. I'm here to address any questions that you might have about the intergovernmental agreement between the City of South Fulton and the South Fulton Development Authority.
Okay, y'all ready to try our computers today? Is everybody logged in?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Gums, you can raise your hand. Anyone who can't, just raise your hand. We'll make sure we see you. But I don't see anyone in the queue. Maybe that means we have no questions. Oh, here we go. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
I attended a few of the meetings that you regularly have, and I know that there was some discussion about using the same auditing companies as we are, and I know that that was something you all were talking about, but I don't remember, or I'm not sure if the resolution of that issue is included in the agreement.
Yes, it is. Basically, we are using the same auditing company as the City of South Fulton. We have worked out with, pretty much we have all the same procurement guidelines. We are operating under the same standards. We will just be able to execute redevelopment law through the Development Authority. But there was at the time when we were having those meetings, we didn't know who was going to do what. But now we do. We came to terms with the City of South Fulton.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I yield.
All right. Councilwoman Willis.
So I may have missed it. Is there anything that will require quarterly or monthly updates from the Development Authority?
Quarterly, we will be providing a finance report to you guys. We do have a treasurer within only the Development Authority. That's Nathan Lewis. Okay. He serves as a treasurer, but we work very closely with the finance department for the city to prepare that information. On a monthly basis, the finance department provides us with bank statements, and as a result, Nathan Lewis provides a treasurer's report to the South Fulton Development Authority. But on a quarterly basis, we will be able to show the council a snapshot of every 3 months as far as how the Development Authority is doing financially.
Okay. And will the Development Authority get to the point where they're doing Zoom meetings again?
I'm sorry, say that one.
The Zoom meetings, so that we can Zoom and to watch the meetings?
We can. That hasn't been something that's requested, but we can always have we can have the Zoom meeting. We can't have a Development Authority board member to participate via Zoom. They have to physically be there, but we can have it where citizens can get onto the Zoom to watch the Development Authority meetings.
Yes, so I think that would be helpful for individuals who can't make it to the Development Authorities every month, for us to be able to watch it or go back and watch it to see what presentations and what is being conducted at the Development Authority. So is there any way, I don't know how that would be budgeted on your side, correct? Because you're an independent authority. I know we fund you all $150,000 a year for now. Eventually you ought to start doing projects and be able to, finance yourselves. But can that be worked in the budget? Is there budgetary constraints?
That's something I'd have to talk to the South Fulton Development Authority about. I can look at trying to have something in the budget through the economic development budget possibly, so that we could work that in. I'm not sure of how much that would cost, on a monthly basis, but that's something that I can definitely look into. And our next scheduled meeting will be in the month of August, so I will try to work to make sure that the August meeting is provided via Zoom, but it will be an in-person meeting at
Right.
the Economic Development Office.
Like this is in person, but people who can't attend can see it Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, the joint development, the City of South Fulton governance and the South Fulton Development Authority, how often will we have those meetings? Because that was the last one we had. It was very helpful and informative to, give us an idea of what they're doing and have an understanding of what's going on in the Development Authority.
I can work on having you're talking about the joint development authority meetings where the city council is invited to participate also. That's something else that we could do again. The last time we had a meeting, I didn't think that anybody really enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of painful, but we can definitely have it again. There was some concern over some things that was being said, and that's when we were just first kind of getting together and understanding what a development authority should be doing and how it should operate. But I think things are a lot smoother now, and disagreement is in place, which spells out a lot that was not spelled out before. We didn't have an IGA, and there was a lot of bad information that was going back and forth, but now since then it's been all cleared up.
Well, I think that's a reasonable request. Because at the end of the day, we are funding them and they are using our staff, and we do have an agreement. And so I just think that's a reasonable request. I wouldn't want to, put it into perspective, I wouldn't want to take care of my child and not know what my child is doing in life. And so I think that's a reasonable request, because we often get questions about what is the Development Authority doing and what projects are on the horizon. And I can't honestly speak to it. And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but we need more information.
Definitely. We can definitely work that out.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions I have of the South Fulton Development Authority. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilman Sebastian. Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
I think you broached this, but I'm not sure if I understood it 100% or if what you meant, that I understood what you meant. Okay. We used to get a report from you. I don't think we get that anymore. Also, the report that you're talking about, is it just a financial report, or would the activities of the Development Authority be included, as can be made public, by the way?
Okay. Now, the report that I was talking about within the intergovernmental agreement is the finance report. It's just a finance report. The report that I gave you guys from, I guess, week one, once I started here with the City of South Fulton, once I got the Development Authority started again, I would give pretty much a laundry list of everything that me and my staff were involved with. The Economic Development Department was, I guess, involved with, to kind of give you guys an idea that you'd see, okay, he spoke to ABC, which is a company that I'm courting to come into my particular district. That particular report, we ceased to provide that. We provide a report now through the city manager's office. If you would like additional information for the Development Authority or the Economic Development Department, if you let me know, I can provide that to the city manager, and she can determine if she would like to have it included within her report to the city.
Yeah, I realized those were two different things. I was trying to focus in on a report specifically from the Development Authority. So are you saying that information will be wrapped into the monthly report that you give to the city manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
All right, seeing and hearing no one else in the queue, thank you so much, Mr. Jones. Thank you for all of the hard work that you're putting in. And Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Item B, under presentations, is discussion, resolution directing the establishment of a City of South Fulton Use of Force Advisory Committee/Board. This legislation is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
Councilwoman Willis has asked for a point of privilege before we begin. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and colleagues, I've been working diligently with Chief Meadows in establishing this policy. We have met, over 2 or 3 times. We pulled this policy back because we wanted to make sure that it was vetted. There is already a use of force board that is established through the police department, and that use of force board is responsible for investigating any type of use of force incident that our officers are involved in. What I have asked to do is appoint residents to that use of force board to add a little bit more objectivity, because it is currently all law enforcement officers that are on that board, and it changes every year. Chief Meadows agreed that it will, number one, bring us closer into compliance of our 21st century resolution and policy legislation that we adopted 20 years ago. It will establish more trust. We're not saying that our officers are not being objective, but this would be a good thing to do for, residents to be involved and also play a part in and establish more trust between the community and the police department. The resolution that I work with Chief Meadows on, we are requiring that only residents that have gone through the Citizen Academy be appointed to the board. They also have to undergo a background check and fingerprinting process, and any other training that is identified by the chief, they will have to undergo. And then also, lastly, we will have to make sure that our appointments and the lack of appointments will not interrupt the process of the use of force board. At this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Meadows. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that was an excellent summary of the resolution, Councilwoman. I just wanted to give the body a little background. When I first came over as the police chief in South Fulton, one of the first things I wanted to do was establish a division within the police department, the Office of Professional Standards. Within that office, we have internal affairs, we have training, we have accreditation, and we have field inspections, along with background and recruitment that exists within that division. And part of that was to make sure that we were investigating all of the incidences that our police officers were involved in. If citizens call and make complaints about anything, we insisted every one of those situations is investigated. As far as the use of force goes, right after we became a city, the state of Georgia implemented a statewide database with respects to use of force, and it was voluntary for most police departments to report through that database. Well, we immediately elected to report all of our use of force incidences into that state database, just in the spirit of transparency. And so, essentially, what we did after we established the division of Office of Professional Standards, we wanted to make sure we established that board within the organization so we could sit down and take a look at our use of force incidences, not just for discipline purposes, but we also identify training needs as well. And so as we develop this board, we're averaging roughly over 30 use of force incidences per year, which is relatively low given the size of the amount of citizen encounters we have per year. we're handling a little over 112,000 E911 calls, and when you look at the amount of citizen interactions that we're having, our use of force incidences are relatively low by comparison to other agencies. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we continue with that spirit of transparency, and so I believe this resolution will go a long way and help us to achieve that.
Mayor, there's one more thing that I forgot to add. With this policy, we put in it that the residents that are appointed by each council member will have to sign a do not disclosure agreement, because there may be sensitive information that they may come across, and if anything is repeated, they will be liable, not the city. So that will be the reason they will sign the do not disclose agreement.
I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, Dr. Rao.
I want to thank you, Councilwoman Willis, for initiating this conversation and, being able to see the changes we made to the existing ordinance. I do hope, and I'll just say this for the record, I hope we get to this point with any abuse of power complaints that come in, that citizens hear that. We may not be there, but I think that's really important as we move towards transparency.
Right.
And so I just want to, I think this is a move in the right direction. I think we've all seen when this goes awry across this nation, and we definitely don't want to have that in our police department. Thank you.
Absolutely. There are a couple of different platforms, and I forgot to mention that we implemented a Blue Team internal affairs platform where all of our internal investigations are done within this platform, and it gives us the opportunity to go back and look at a lot of red flags that might come up with respects to our people. And I know many of you all are familiar with the IBM project that we've been working on. I asked them to build, as part of this, our officer wellness piece, as far as us being able to track how our police officers are responding to calls, if they're going to calls that are of a highly sensitive nature or really volatile calls, so that we can monitor their wellness over a period of time. And see, all of those things kind of get some police officers to that space to where, they are apt to make bad decisions. So we want to make sure that we're monitoring our people and giving them the tools to navigate situations like that.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Hello. Okay. Again, as Councilwoman Dr. Rao said, thank you for doing this. I do have a question, though. How many residents have gone through the Citizen Academy?
I believe it's 10 right now. We have 10.
And when will you be having your next class?
It may be in the fall of this year. I'll have to check. I know that their graduation is next month, and we'll have to sit down and discuss when we'll schedule the next one.
So one of the requirements that I thought I heard was that they have to go through Citizen Academy. So the 10 individuals are the only ones right now that qualify to go through. And when are you looking to implement this program?
So we want to do it right away, because when we talk about putting them in the training could be very extensive. We've looked at use of force training up to and including deadly force, that type of training that we would like to put them through. I'm looking forward to all of the council members also actually coming through and sitting in a lot of these classes, because we'll be doing shoot, don't shoot with them, where you take them through different scenarios where they'll have to actually use force based on those scenarios. And I think it would be a good opportunity for the council to come and sit through those as well, and actually go through those scenarios also. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight. Clearly, if we're talking about training, we want to make sure that they know what they're looking at, because use of force can be anything as simple as a person resisting being handcuffed and that officer using the amount of force just to enough to get the handcuffs on to up to and including deadly force. And so we just want to make sure that that we're identifying those scenarios to them so that they'll know what they're looking at and under what circumstances the officers should be utilizing the respective levels of force.
And I appreciate that very much. But what I was trying to, I guess, get to was that the pool of individuals
It's
right
small.
now is very small.
Right.
And those weren't actually our appointees. They were appointed by, I believe, your administration. So that's one of my questions is really how do we expand that to where there is another opportunity for more residents?
So if the body has someone now that you all want to appoint to this, I'm not opposed to opening up a class just for those individuals.
Okay.
Because the curriculum exists, right? And so it's really just a matter of us getting the staff and scheduling everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Really?
I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. I got to get used to this new screen here.
Thank you for acknowledging, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Willis and Chief, for putting this together. I think this is very important. And my comments were echoing what Councilwoman Gumbs was talking about, where the individuals, I've sat in on a few of the classes at the Citizens Academy, but these are not individuals. These individuals, I don't even know how they were appointed, but they were not individuals that we appointed. So that forces us to be represented by individuals that we may not want to represent us. And it may exclude individuals in our communities that do want to participate in this. So,
I'm sorry, just to be clear, we advertised and people signed up.
but that's what I'm just saying.
Okay.
That's what I thought. I didn't
Right.
think they were appointed,
Oh, no,
but I
no.
heard that language used.
Right.
So, no, I do understand that. So you're saying that there is a curriculum that if there was someone we were interested in appointing, that curriculum would satisfy a requirement or would allow them to participate?
It could satisfy parts of it. So when we talk about up to in the use of deadly force, we want to make sure that we're not just presenting it from a police perspective. We want to make sure that we're reaching out to the district attorney's office, who has the ultimate authority to investigate these matters, right? Because whenever, let's say an officer-involved shooting occurs, there's usually two separate investigations that take place. There's an administrative piece and then there's a criminal piece, right? And the criminal piece decides whether or not that officer was justified in his use of that force, and the administrative piece looks to review policies and protocols and things of that nature within the organization. And so it's important for us to make sure that those investigations are done independent of one another, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we're educating those people to that degree. So it will be sometimes a situation where we'll have to bring people in from the outside, and those sort of situations is dependent on their schedules.
Understood.
Right.
Thank you. I yield.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you and Councilmember Willis for taking this initiative on and to make the change. My questions really were about the same issues that Councilmember Gums and subsequently Councilmember Pritchett raised, right?
Right.
And I applaud you for wanting to take the initiative to open the class immediately so our appointees, if they're not in the current pool, which we all are agreeing is too small,
Right.
but even looking towards the future, things happen and one of our appointees, for whatever reason, they move out of town, we have to appoint someone else. Then we're going to have to scramble to either look to the pool that we agree is small again, or you're going to have to do another class.
Right.
I want to propose a friendly amendment to the ordinance, and what that amendment should basically say is that the appointee needs to go through that training within a certain period as offered by your department.
Right.
If not, a special training course arranged by the department.
Gotcha.
Because, again, we are appointing citizens. And depending on the citizens we appoint, they themselves might be willing to serve, but they could be involved in something else that the timing doesn't work
Right.
immediately. So you have to look for a window in which it will work for that person rather than saying, well, the person can't serve. And I'm particularly thinking about members of my Public Safety Committee that I know they'll be willing to serve on this, right? But again, given some of the lifestyle that they have and commitments, they'll be willing to serve, but they'll just have to fit their schedule. And I know
Right.
people, as I said, things happen and people will drop out and you have to replace them instead of having to scramble. You now have a mechanism that we can all use now and in the future to say, this is the process. And if they don't complete it, then you know what? They're out.
So let me explain how the process will work, or how we will wind up implementing this ordinance. We'll have someone from the Office of Professional Standards sitting on the board. We'll have someone from the SWAT team sitting on the board. Someone from field operations, intelligence, along with members of the traffic unit usually sit on the board as well. And so we'll go through a rotation of the citizens. For instance, it might be the District 1 representative within one hearing. In the first quarter of the year, it might be someone from the District 2 representative that represents the citizens in the second quarter of the year, and so forth and so on. But we want to make sure that we're getting a regular rotation of those residents through those board hearings. And what it usually entails, we'll sit down and look at body camera video, we'll review the police reports, we'll talk about the arrest. They'll have the opportunity to ask questions, and then at some point, as a board during the year, they'll be able to get together, sit down and review all of the cases that they've had the opportunity to review over the course of that year, so that there's some comprehension in the way of understanding and why this person was not sustained on this particular use of force, or why this person might have been exonerated on the others.
Okay, I'm sorry, I might have missed.
I'm sorry?
I might have missed exactly how that helps in terms of the current situation. I heard you talk about individuals. It seems as if they're going to be not everyone involved in the same
Not
case.
everyone,
But
not, right.
Yeah. So how would that help the situation in terms of getting people trained or appointed who are qualified or who have to...
So let's say each of you pick a person this week, right? And we put on a class. If I called the District 1 representative and they're out of town on vacation and we're having a meeting that particular week, then we just go to the District 2 representative. And so having that rotation, as opposed to having to have all of the people come in at one time, because you're never going to get 7 people in a room at one time, in the spirit of transparency, that person will be there and have the opportunity to review the cases of the day.
Got it.
And then discuss it with the the overriding body later on.
Got it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Colleagues, I remember when Sergeant, I don't know her new last name now because she is married, but Sergeant Maisha
Cooper?
Cooper? No, it's Maisha.
Deal. I'm sorry. Yeah, Deal.
What's her new name?
Deal. D-I-L-L.
Deal. I remember first of all, the Citizen Academy is also one of the things that came for the 21st century policing recommendations, and we did a resolution because that came out of the 21st century policing resolution. She came to the city council. She went to many community outreach meetings. She went to several churches, and she talked about the Citizen Academy. She also shared the application for the Citizen Academy. It's not a appointed role. It's an application process that individuals must apply and go through. I shared it in my newsletter, and I also share the Sheriff Office Citizen Academy. And, I just would encourage you all to do the same. Share the application in your newsletters and on your outlet when this comes, when the opportunity comes around. I went through the Sheriff Office Citizen Academy and learned a lot. I haven't gone through our Citizen Academy yet, but I plan to. And so this just gives us an opportunity to appoint people just like any other board we have in the city of South Fulton. And it's incumbent upon us as the governance to try to make sure, and I know life happens, but it's incumbent upon us to try to encourage residents to get involved and serve on these boards, especially the ones that are very vocal in our community. They really need to get involved and try to serve on these boards so they can see actually what our officers go through. And we have all of these provisions in place because at the end of the day, these decisions, in fact, they affect our officers' career. And I am proud to say that according to the report that I received from the police department, we are lower than the national percentile when it comes to substantiated use of force incidents. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Willis, for this initiative. I had a question in the spirit of transparency. What is the timetable for a resident, a citizen, to fully complete this training and be prepared to be appointed or complete an application or go through that process to even be qualified to be on this board?
That's an excellent question. I believe the academy is at 6 weeks. 6 weeks. And then even above that, we're talking about the extensive training with respects to the use of force piece. If you all select individuals that's willing to sit down and go straight through the training, certainly we can cut that time down. But there has to be a commitment from them to, because in situations like this, you can't miss time when it comes to the training. So if they have a commitment to come and sit through it, then we could tailor our schedule according to whatever schedule that permits.
And even with the commitment, 6 weeks is for the, I guess, basic training.
Right.
And then they still have to go and receive training on excessive force.
Right.
So that could be anywhere
Up to
from
8 weeks.
6 weeks to 8
Right, it's going to be up to 8 weeks because the use of force, I've taught use of force classes up to a week, 8 hours a day, but you're doing nothing but sitting in the classroom. That's just how extensive a use of force training can get, but they don't need it to that degree. But certainly, we want to make sure that they have a comprehensive overview of the things that we look at.
So would it be safe to say if they are consistent with the training, anywhere from a month to 2 months?
Right.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, I just had a couple questions. One, I know we entered an agreement to study uses of force with the Center for Policing Equity. When was our last meeting with them?
We just did a major data dump with them where they were going back and looking at all of our traffic stops. They were looking at some of our use of force incidences. I believe it's been about a month ago. We have not received their comprehensive report yet, but it's going to be really interesting to see it once we're able to review the circumstances surrounding it. So we've given them all of the data. We've gone through the interviews that they've asked us for, and so I'm looking forward to getting that report.
All right, and then my next question is, because I'm hearing about the rotations, and I wish that I could see everything on my computer, but I've been having computer issues for quite some time. Okay. So there's a case of a misuse of force. Mm-hmm. How many people are actually, I guess, in the hearing or on the board? How many people hear a case?
It's 6 people, and it will be 7 once we implement this process.
Okay, so there's 6 police officers and 1 resident. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing and hearing no, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again. Chief, would you also, you and Councilman Willis, consider individuals that have degrees in criminal justice? Because a lot of what is being taught in the Citizens Academy coincides with a lot of what's been taught in criminal justice, like in the bachelor programs.
You know, above all, we want to get people that really have an interest in the justice system in South Fulton. Certainly, you know, you have people with degrees in criminal justice that have an interest, or they want to spark that knowledge that they've gotten from their time in school. But the bigger picture, what we'd like to see is just people that want to see a good, fair representation of what policing should look like in the city of South Fulton.
I have a response, and she asked me a question. She asked me, and Chief.
The queue.
Yeah.
So we're going to follow along on the queue. Did you have a question for Councilwoman Willis?
Yeah, it's in the clerk's question.
Okay. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm in the queue.
You mentioned the possibility of doing a class for the appointees.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a fair question? And you also mentioned that the timeline could be shortened.
Right.
And I heard the 6 to 8 weeks, but I didn't hear the amount of hours commitment for a day. What I want to ask, is it too much to ask if you want to do a special class for our appointees to get this thing up and going, for you to present us with, here's a schedule that we can use. It might be short in terms of number of days, but here are the number of commitments of hours, and it will happen every Tuesday at 5 o'clock for 3 hours.
Absolutely.
Can you give us that so that we can use that in our recruitment efforts for our appointees?
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
The commander for the Office of Professional Standards is here. What he'll do is sit down, because what we don't want to do is compromise any of the classes that they've taken. Sit down and maybe plot in a schedule when the various classes will be offered, and so we can get all of your appointees through in a relatively short time period.
Because you know that's the first thing citizens are going to ask.
Oh, yeah.
How long is it going to take, and what do I have to commit to, so on and so
Well,
forth.
that's why I just ask you all to send me people as committed.
Yeah.
Because it requires a commitment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Willis, did you want to speak for a third time and close us out?
Well, it wasn't that I wanted to speak for a third time. I wanted to respond to her question. And the question was about degrees, Councilmember Pritchett. I just want to remind everybody that you all, it's up to, each council person gets to appoint someone, so it's simply up to you. So people who are in the current Citizen Academy, it's not necessarily that they may be appointed. It's up, I get to appoint who I want to represent my district, and everybody else does too. So if you have that, criteria that you want to keep in mind for your appointee, you can. I just didn't want to put that as a requirement in the resolution, because that would, that's always encouraged, but that's not a requirement even be a police officer. And so, if you want to have that requirement for who you want to appoint, you can do that, because you can appoint who you want. And that was clarification Ms. Councilmember Gums asked as well. Just because these people are in the Citizen Academies now, are these the people that we have to appoint? And it's not. It's up to us who we want to represent our district. And lastly, Chief Meadows, how when individuals apply for the police academy, isn't it true once if they pass whatever the application requires, because you have to go through background with the police academy, they can be a part of the Citizen Academy, correct?
You said when they make application.
When they apply to participate in the police academy.
The Citizens Police
Academy. Sorry, the Citizens Academy. I'm sorry, the Citizens Academy.
Yes, absolutely.
And so what Maisha complained about Sergeant Deal complained about was that she didn't have enough applicants.
Right.
She had been begging for people to apply for the Citizen Academy, and nobody wanted to do it. And the sheriff office has the same problem. People, they have to beg for people to participate in these academies.
Right.
So it's never a full opportunity. People just don't want to participate in them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to executive session.
I will entertain a motion. I told you I'm going to get us out of here.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive. Second. For personnel, real estate, cybersecurity, and what's that?
Litigation.
Litigation.
Personnel and litigation.
Second.
There's a motion to go into executive session for all the things. Is there a second? Second. All right, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
I'm sorry. I forgot we got.
I did have it up, Mr. Mayor, but
Oh, no, let's use it. Let's knock it out. Let's knock it. Is everybody logged in?
Yeah.
Can we see these votes on the screen, Mr. Clerk?
everybody needs everybody to vote.
Do it again? I thought I already voted.
Can you see people vote?
Yeah.
Where is where we vote?
Did you experiment?
You can see the vote in here? Mm-hmm. She said it should pop up.
Mine popped up.
Mine did pop up already.
I got 4, so.
You know our internet system. Mine didn't either.
Okay, we're, as you all can see, we are using a new system. I talked about this at the beginning of the meeting, and we're going to be experimenting with it throughout the evening until we get it right. But we do have a majority of people who have voted in the affirmative to go into executive session. And so we will see you all back here in exactly 60 minutes for our 6 o'clock zoning hearings.
We got food.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to our 6 o'clock zoning hearing. I'm first going to ask for a motion to close executive session and re-adjourn the work session.
Motion to close executive session, Mayor.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by a show of hands while everybody's logging in. Make sure that you
Court, that motion approved, 6-0.
change over in our new civics rec system. For those of you all joining us tonight, we're going to be using a new queue. You'll see the speakers on the screens on either side of the room there. All right.
Close it out, yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the work session.
I move to adjourn the work session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved, 6-0. That work session meeting is adjourned at 6:07 p.m.
All right, I call to order our special call to zoning hearing for this evening. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
It's a roll call for the 6 o'clock alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams-Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
Mayor, before sounding the first item, I just wanted to make one notation regarding letter H, Z24-10, that is listed on the agenda. That case is requesting deferral as well, so we would like to consider that when the deferrals are being considered.
H.
Letter H, Z24-10.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I do have a comment when we get to that, though.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Like that.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First item on the alcohol license, rezonings, variance, and modification cases for presentation in public hearing only. The first case is a business license revocation appeal public hearing. This is a public hearing, a formal appeal of the revocation of the business license for RSRA Ventures, LLC, doing business as Air Freshener Depot at 5225 Campbellton Road, Southwest, 100, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial.
All right, and the applicants or the defendants are here. I'm not sure what they're calling this.
Yeah, Mr. Church here, and
Nobody looking at this.
here you go.
All right, and those, this is a public hearing, so we will entertain a conversation from those in support and in opposition. I would ask anyone who wants to speak in support, you can line up here to your left, my right. Anyone who wants to speak in opposition can line up to my right, your left. Both sides will have 10 minutes. That is for the entire time of your side, so you may want to reserve some balance of your time, not only for other speakers in support, but for any rebuttal you may have after you hear those in opposition. Please go ahead and first start by stating your name and address. Thank you. Your time starts.
Mayor, I think that we would start because we have to support the revocation, the city. I think we would.
Okay.
We don't object to them going first, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. So we'll hear first from this representatives for the city.
Oh, God.
This makes twice y'all got me up here. Okay, I'm gonna wait before I start so I can be on the clock. I was waiting for the clock to start because I didn't want to. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here before you today on the revocation appeal by the, I'll just use, for lack of a better word, the air freshener depot business license. And this is a case in which it can be convoluted and a lot of technical information and things like this, but probably, you guys don't know, I used to do criminal defense and a lot of litigation, but I try not to speak these days. But the theme of this case for me is the duck case. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, must be a duck. In this particular case, I'm going to start out giving you a little procedural history, and then I'll get into some salient facts. This is a case involving where the air freshener got their first business license in like January 2022, and then it was subsequently renewed in January with an effective date of March of 2024 this year. And they were classified as tobacco shop. And a particular officer, off-duty South Fulton police officer, around the 1st of March of 2024, went into the shop, he vapes, and to get a vape product. And in plain view, in glass jars, he noticed what appeared to be loose leaf marijuana. And I think that it was also being weighed for some other customers. And while there, he inquired, you know, is that marijuana? And the person says, yes. He says, real marijuana? He said, yes. So he completed his purchase, and then, as a dutiful officer would do, he notified the Narcotics, Drug and Gang Unit, hey, I believe that they're selling real illegal marijuana out of this shop. After that, about mid-March, you had two undercover buys that took place. You had one in March, and there was marijuana purchase. You had another one in April. As part of the undercover operation, there was conversations had about, is this the real stuff, where it comes from, and Colorado, California was discussed with them. Also, quantity. For about a pound, maybe $2,000, or if you want to go up to 5 pounds, you could put down a deposit. So all this information was gathered, and ultimately, each time they made a purchase, they field tested the purchase. But as you'll probably hear from the other side, everything in the store, because it is a tobacco shop that sells THC product, will test positive. But under Georgia, the chemical limit or threshold is 0.3 delta 9, and you'll hear a lot about that. So anything above 0.3 delta 9 is illegal under Georgia law. And so based on this information, the positive field tests, they were able to get a search warrant, and on May 1st, they executed that search warrant. And once they executed that search warrant, they obtained total of, and I won't guess, I'll give you the exact amounts that they had obtained. Roughly, where are we? I think roughly around 1,600 ounces. Yeah, 1,698 ounces of various products, and these can be from the edibles and also, but in particular, the loose leaf suspected marijuana was 116 ounces, which is a little bit over 7 pounds. And out of that 1,600 something ounces, 8 samples were sent to an independent lab in Macon. And out of those 8, and I gave the benefit to the air freshener shop when we had the administrative hearing, 5 of those products were found within the legal limits. They were 0.3 or lower. 2 of them were closer, 0.4, and the other one like 0.5. But the suspected marijuana was 1.89, delta 9. We're not talking about all the other components that comprise chemical analysis, but the specific threshold of 0.3 for delta 9, it was 1.89. And so based on that, that information was communicated to the Business License Division, and on May 9th, they sent out a revocation letter. And from that time period, under our code, they have an opportunity to appeal that decision. And then on June 4th, the city manager sent out a letter saying, hey, you have an opportunity to be heard administratively before me, the hearing officer. On June 20th, she outlined the procedures in terms of the evidence that you could present. And so that big black notebook there, and then also in Civic Clerk, is there in the record for your consideration, as well as this notebook that has 8 exhibits as well. And so, Mr. Clerk, and I'm looking at the time, would you put up Exhibit 4, which should be the police report? It should be Exhibit 4. Keep going, keep going. You'll have Exhibit 4 at the bottom. Keep going. Okay, keep going, and then I'll tell you within 4. Keep going. So, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Right there, stop. And what I just quickly told you in summary fashion is also supported in the report here in terms of when the officer was in the shop, the two undercover buys, and ultimately on the second page you'll see what the total amount that they seized. As a result of that, they were charged with a violating the business orders violation, just so you know, of a violation of 2-5012C4, which is the applicant or certificate holder is guilty of fraudulent, false, misleading, or deceptive advertising practices, materially false information or application, that's 2-5012C6. And more importantly, the business or establishment is a threat or nuisance to public health, safety, or welfare. And Mr. Adams, would you go to number 8 in this one? Also, what was testified at the hearing before the hearing officer is that the smoke shop is less than a mile from a middle school and elementary school. And it's the Sandtown community. And so during the hearing, there's got a Google aerial that just kind of shows the proximity of where that is in relationship to the smoke shop. One more. Maybe back. Keep going. And if you can read upside down, that's it. You'll see, and it's in your packet, where the Sandtown School is in relation to the smoke shop. And then lastly, Mr. Adams, let me stop there.
All right. Do we have any people who filled out speaker cards for or against besides the owners?
I believe we do, Mr. Mayor. Just need to... Actually, I do not see any specific to the smoke shop.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I'm going to open the public hearing now that we have heard from the city. We will still give 10 minutes to each side. You can start whenever you're ready, sir, by stating your name and address.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. My name is Tom. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. My name is Tom Church. I'm an attorney with the Church Law Firm. I'm here with co-counsel Marvin Arrington. We represent Air Freshener Depot 2, which is a small business here in the city of South Fulton. And we're here today, if you could please go to the next slide. We're here today because the city has revoked Air Freshener Depot's business license without a hearing, without due process, and we're here to vindicate our rights. Now, I want to start with, in your binder, you'll see, number one is a copy of the Georgia Hemp Farming Act that was passed in 2019, and it did something very important, which had not been done here in Georgia before. It legalized a broad variety of cannabis and cannabis products. Now, I want to start picking up from what Mr. Hyman, the city attorney, said. He said, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. The problem is we cannot apply that same rationale to cannabis in Georgia anymore because, as you'll see in the law, cannabis is legal in Georgia now as long as it has less than 0.3% Delta-9 THC. That's important because the law is very clear and it's unambiguous. It says all cannabis, all extracts, all derivatives, all cannabinoids are legal as long as they come in under that limit. And so what that did is it created a broad new industry of gummies, of edibles, of vape products, and of smokable hemp. And that's what we're talking about here today. We are not talking about marijuana. We are talking about hemp and hemp-derived products that are legally sold here in Georgia, including here in the city of South Fulton. And so what has happened, understandably, is when you legalize something like cannabis but make exceptions, then sometimes mistakes are going to happen. There will be misinterpretations of the law. And this has not happened in South Fulton until recently, but all over the state of Georgia. I've been an attorney representing different businesses and different individuals who have been charged with marijuana offenses based on their sale of hemp and hemp products. I want to be clear, in every single case that has gone to court, regarding these kind of products and law enforcement actions, courts have held that the businesses are in the right, that the businesses are not selling illegal controlled substance. And if the city council would briefly look at some of the owners and employees of Air Freshener Depot here in the pink shirt, beige shirt, and collared shirt, these are not drug dealers. These are upstanding citizens who have done everything they can to try to go by the book. They have lab reports for all of the products that were seized, all the products that they sold, and yet here they are, their business has been raided, they've been arrested, and they've been charged with felony marijuana trafficking. Now, we don't expect that that case will go anywhere in criminal court. We expect a dismissal. We expect the property to be returned, but we're here today to protect the business license. If you could please go to the next slide. Now, I do want to touch upon the actual findings by the city manager. One was that there was fraudulent advertising. Not a single shred of evidence was produced regarding any advertising before the city manager. There was an allegation that there was a false application, a false statement made on the application or renewal. There was zero evidence of that. Same thing for there being a threat or nuisance to the public. Mr. Hyman, the city attorney, mentioned that this business was next to or nearby a school. And two things I'd like to say to that. There's nothing in the law saying that you can't operate within any amount of distance from a school or from a church or anything like that. These are not sex offenders. They're a small business. Okay, the second thing is, what Mr. Hyman didn't mention is on their store, on the door of their store, it says 21 and up. They do not allow anyone under the age of 21 in their store, let alone to buy any of their products. So the only thing we're really grappling with here is, did they violate the law? And if you're looking at the criminal law, intent matters. It's not enough that one of the products or three of the thousands of products they sold tested slightly over that limit, okay? What matters is, were they knowingly selling drugs? No. These are not drug traffickers, they're small business owners. If you could please go to the next slide. And you could go one more, actually. And you could actually go another one. That's fine. We're going to keep going until you go one more. This is an exception for the marijuana and THC laws in Georgia, specifically exempting hemp and hemp products. So this is the Georgia legislature saying, look, we are in a brave new world. We have certain kinds of products that look like cannabis, smell like cannabis, and some might even get you a buzz like cannabis, but they are not illegal marijuana. This is the reality that we're living in today in Georgia. It is not enough for something to look like pot for you to assume that it's pot, or let alone that the person selling it is a drug dealer. This business was carried out openly and publicly and transparently. You could please go one more. And one more, please. So here are the test results that were kind of alluded to here. And these are results by the city's own expert showing that the products passed. You can go another one. And you'll see here in the binder I've provided, these are a sampling of the lab results, not for products that were tested by the city, but that were seized, that the company, that the business did sell. And all of these lab results you'll see, every single one of the lab results the Air Freshener Depot had for its products show legal products that complied with Georgia's hemp laws. Now, another thing that Mr. Hyman didn't mention is there was also an allegation that the company, that Air Freshener Depot was selling illegal mushrooms, which contained psilocybin. And now they will even admit, the city will now admit that their own expert tested them and did not find any psilocybin. So we already have a pattern here of misidentifying products, thinking that they're going to be illegal, and then the city's own expert tests them and says, actually, turns out there's nothing illegal about these products. One more, please. Now, there were three test results that showed products that were over that 0.3% limit. Now, Mr. Hyman was gracious enough to concede that these, for the most part, barely exceeded that 0.3% limit. And not to mention, we have our own labs showing that they were under. So we can have a battle of the experts if that's what the city wants to do, but it doesn't need to be that way. Because out of the thousands and thousands of products that were seized, they have three bad, quote-unquote, bad test results. Thousands of products seized. I don't know how many they've tested yet, but they could only come up with 3 products. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't shut down Kroger because a few jars of peanut butter they sold had salmonella. You try to get to the root of the problem. You look at the manufacturers. You see what kind of practices were in place. If that's a conversation the city wants to have, we welcome it. But we are not here today because these are drug dealers. We're here today because there was a knee-jerk reaction to revoke the business license, and now, as a result, we are in court. And you can actually go another one, please. I would mention also that I know Sarah Nichols, who is the city's expert. She's a good, competent expert, but she will also tell you about the process of decarboxylation and degradation, which means that some of these products, if you don't keep them under the right storage conditions, if you expose them to heat or time or dry air, they can degrade into that delta-9. So that's another explanation for these few test results that came back over the limit is they weren't stored properly. By the time they were tested, they came back, again, barely over that limit. Please, another one. I also wanted to draw your attention to this. You'll see it Exhibit 3 in our binders here. You can go anywhere in the city of South Fulton to any of these vape stores, any of these smoke shops, and find exactly the same things that Air Freshener Depot was selling. One of these vape stores that we visited to take inventory to see what they were selling is right next to a precinct for the city of South Fulton Police Department. And so it raises a question of whether the law is being administered fairly, objectively, or if it's arbitrary and biased. You can go another one, please. I wanted to also bring attention to the City Council that this is not the first time the city of South Fulton has been here before. In 2019, a CBD store was sold. Very similar allegations saying that the owner said this was marijuana. We dispute that. We have not seen any recording or any evidence that that was ever said by anyone in our store. But what happened with that CBD store that was raided? The charges were dismissed, the property was returned, and the city of South Fulton found itself in a lawsuit that continues to this day for damages, for malicious prosecution. We're hoping this never gets to that because we're here in good faith asking the city to do the right thing, to avoid that kind of complaint. And you can go one more, please. What's up? Okay, you can go one more. And I want to mention also, this is not just a hemp store, of course. They are a wide variety of products, tobacco, nicotine. They sell backpacks, they sell hookahs. Hemp is only part of what they were selling. And you can go on to the next one. And so again, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You don't shut down Kroger because some of the peanut butter was bad. That's not how you handle this. And I'd like to point out another thing here. And this is how I'll end my remarks. A judge in Fulton County Superior Court has already granted a temporary restraining order against the police department here and against the city's finance director because the judge saw enough from our lawsuit that we brought based on this raid that something didn't look right, that this business has not had its due process. It's not had its day in court. So we have an injunction hearing. Until then, the city cannot go after this business for doing the legal business they were conducting. We hope that the city council today votes to give us back our business license, to moot that court, to take away that lawsuit, and we appreciate your time and your candor. Thank you.
That was exactly 10 minutes. All right. You, I think, had 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Mr. Hyman?
240.
240?
And would you bring up 5A, Mr. Clerk? While he's bringing that up, is under federal statute, which Georgia has adopted, which is 7 U.S.C.A. 1639-0, the definition of hemp means the cannabis plant sativa L and any parts thereof, including the seeds and derivatives, and whether growing or not, with a delta-9 THC concentration of not more than 0.3%. So whether or not, so once you go above the 0.3, and the delta-9 is what the experts call the psychoactive component that gets you high. So whether or not you want to call it hemp, marijuana, whatever like this, the psychoactive component, once you exceed 0.3, is what the state or the federal is seeking to regulate, because at that point in time, you can call it hemp, marijuana, it's getting you high. And so if you look at 5A, which is tested by the lab, and you see the delta-9 column is 1.89, which is 6 times above the 0.3 limit. And the standards for a temporary restraining order are consistently different or simply different than getting a permanent injunction or things of that nature. And that's what happened in court. The final determination is yet to be made. And I got a minute 26. And so there's plenty of evidence from, and then the distinction between the other shops is that if you tell an undercover officer that it's real marijuana, and it looks like marijuana in plain view, and then it tested to be marijuana, that's the difference between that shop, in this case, and other ones. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council. Is everyone in the queue now? All right. I don't see anyone that wants to speak, so I will go ahead and close this item. We're voting on this? This is a revocation hearing. Are we voting in this hearing? All right.
Voting actually at the 7 o'clock
hearing.
meeting, correct.
All right. So you all stay tuned to 7 o'clock. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to cases requesting deferral. We have several of them on tonight's agenda. The first case is case U24-012 and CV 24-002. It's application by 1993 LLC, care of David White, requesting a special use permit to construct a self-storage facility at 0 Subadan Road in the Sandtown Overlay District, Mixed-Use District. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to reduce the parking requirements. It's located in Council District 1. Again, this is a request for deferral. Mr. McClendon.
Thank you. This is a request for Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is a request for a deferral to your first meeting in August, which I believe is the 13th.
All right, if there is a request for deferral, do we?
We need a vote on that deferral.
Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion to defer. And please just state the date. Was there a recommended date of deferral?
Yes, August 13th, he said.
August 13th, okay. All right, I'll entertain that motion.
I move to defer public hearing case U24-012, CV 24-002 for the concurrent variance to August 13, 2024.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we will have this vote in the queue. Ladies and gentlemen, you can direct your eyes to either of the screens. Our amazing new Civic Direct vote system lets you all see us vote live.
There's no shot me.
We might need to do, I don't show.
Or not.
Council
I'll take
in
that
the
vote by a show of hands.
Yes, I record that motion 5-6-0 to defer until August 13th.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Next item, item C, KZ 22-022 and CV 22-006, application by Steve Rothman requesting to rezone from R3, single-family dwelling district and Sandtown overlay district to CUP zoning district to develop 151 residential units. The applicant also requests to reduce the undisturbed stream buffer from 75 feet to 50 feet and the impervious stream buffer from 100 feet to 60 feet at Enon and Van Diver Road. It's located in Council District 2. It's a request for deferral. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're requesting a deferral to August 13th.
I will entertain a motion for deferral.
I'd like to make a motion to defer to August the 13th, 2024, case Z22-022 /CV 22-06.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? We're going to do another vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0 to defer to August 13th.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item D, it's public hearing, case Z24-012, CV 24-002, application by SECC Land LLC, M, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting a rezoning from C1, CUP, and AG1 to A1 at 0 Camilton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction no more than 50 feet on 27.04 acres of land. This is located in Council District 2. The applicant is requesting deferral.
Mr. McClendon.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard is here. I don't know if he wanted to, if he had any words on this one, but we are requesting a deferral to August the 13th.
All right. I'll entertain this deferral by motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer to August the 13th for public hearing case Z24-012 /CV 24-002.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Are we ready to try this software?
It's not ready.
Come up.
Okay, it may just not be here because we don't usually vote in public hearings, but we do because we have many deferrals, so we'll fix that. I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0 to defer to August 13th.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
No, this time, I don't know.
That brings us to letter E, public hearing Z24-002, located at 7565 Bishop Road, 7635 Bishop Road, 7460 Herndon Road, 7490 Herndon Road, and 7500 Herndon Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone from the AG1 zoning district and R2 zoning district to M2 zoning district to develop the properties for industrial outdoor storage or industrial service facilities on 78.3 acres of land. This is located in District 4, and it's a request for deferral.
That is correct. This is a request for a deferral to August the 13th.
August the 13th is going to be a long meeting. I'll entertain a motion for deferral.
May I move that we defer case Z240-. Z24-002, 7565. Sorry, start again. Mr. Mayor, I move that we defer Z24-002 for 7665 Bishop Road, 7635 Bishop Road, 7460 Herndon Road, and 7490 Herndon Road, and 7500 Herndon Road to the August 13 meeting.
All right, it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we will take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approves 6-0 to defer to the August 13th meeting.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter F, which is a public hearing, Z24-006, application by Lit BLV GA Fulton Industrial Atlanta Owner LLC, requesting to rezone from the Sub-A zoning district in the Sandtown overlay to M1 Light Industrial Sandtown Overlay District at 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, and 2336 Chattahoochee Drive, to a 499,060 square foot warehouse distribution facility on 40.7 acres of land. The applicant also seeks to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood 1 to industrial zone. This is located in Council District 1. The staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation was approval. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a request for a rezoning. As stated, the request is to construct a 499,060 square foot warehouse distribution facility. This is in the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. It is a request to not only rezone the property, but also there is an accompanying land use amendment that will amend the land use from suburban neighborhood 1 to industrial zone. And in addition to that, there is also a request to move this property from the Sandtown Overlay District to the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District. This site does front Fulton Industrial Boulevard. The staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendations are approval conditional, with the conditions being that the approval of this zoning application is conditioned upon simultaneous approval of the amendment to the future land use map, changing the land use designation from suburban neighborhood to industrial zone, and the second proposed condition is that the regulations applicable to the Fulton Industrial Business District Overlay District contained in Section 510 of the South Fulton Zoning Code shall apply to the subject property. And the third condition is that the buffer and landscape requirements outlined in the Sandtown Overlay District regulations, specifically Section 512.05 of the South Fulton Zoning Code, shall apply to all exterior property lines adjacent to residential or agricultural zoning districts or uses.
Okay.
Present for or against?
Yes, I believe the applicant is present, but we did not receive any cards in opposition or support of the case.
All right, sir, you can come forward. You will start by stating your name. You will have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some balance of your time for rebuttal if there are people that are speaking in opposition. Your time starts now.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant on this matter. As stated by the clerk and Mr. McClendon, this is a request, a three-part request. One, to rezone the property to industrial, to change the future land use map, also to industrial, and to move the property from the Sandtown Overlay District to the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District. We started this process back early in 2024 and met with the neighbors on multiple occasions, including the Sandtown Overlay District Community Association, and went to Planning Commission in April and deferred that case at that time to allow an opportunity to do some more work, some more groundwork, some more homework, and to obtain more buy-in from the neighborhood. We have done that, and I don't know if you can see on the screen, Mr. Adams. Is that as large as it can get?
I can get it larger.
All right, perfect. All right, so again, this is a request to rezone this property to allow for the construction of a roughly 490,000 square foot industrial warehouse facility for light industrial purposes only. The property fronts along Fulton Industrial Boulevard, adjacent to a site that we rezoned last year. Would you go to the next slide, please? And just to restate the request, again, rezoning, future land use map change, and to change the overlay from Sandtown to Fulton Industrial Boulevard. You might have to zoom out on that one a little bit. Zoom out a little bit. Oh. Not sure what happened there. But at any rate, so this map shows the location of this property relative to the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District and the Sandtown Overlay District. As you can see, there are certain, those lines that come in, the red lines that come in where the blue box is located is where the property is located. And in that area, it is extremely close to Fulton Industrial Boulevard. When we met with the Sandtown Overlay Community Association, they saw, and we explained to them how effectively that property was more suited to be in the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District. They agreed with that, provided a letter of support to remove the property from the Sandtown Overlay District to the Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District. And that the proposed location of the improvements on this property are far away from, almost 9 football fields away from any residential uses in the area, cannot be seen, will not be seen from those residential uses. And we did a site visit to tour the entire site to confirm that. And next slide, please, Mr. Adams. This is you can't really see it here, but this is a copy of the site plan that shows two buildings, roughly 490,000 square feet in total. Next slide. And again, just to recap, since we met with the Planning Commission on April 17th, we've met with the Sandtown Community Association, again, to gain their support. We did a site visit to tour the site to answer any and all questions that remained outstanding at the time. We met with staff. We obtained letters of support from Sandtown. We obtained letter of support from the Fulton Industrial Fulton Industrial Boulevard Overlay District, pardon me. And we ask that you all follow suit with Planning Commission's recommendation of approval as well as staff's recommendation of approval. Our client, my applicant, is amenable to all the conditions that have been presented. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. You have 6 minutes and 29 seconds. Are there any speakers against? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to the council for questions, beginning, as is always our custom, with the district representative, Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bailey, I want to thank you for doing the deferral and getting the community input, and also to address my concerns, because I was very concerned that it would impact the residential area. Absolutely. So much so that I required a site visit to make sure. I went on, looked on Fulton Industrial, I went on Chattahoochee. And so it addressed my concerns. That's how developers do it right. So I want to commend you for that and staying engaged in the process with the community. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, sir. We will be making a decision at the next council meeting on July the 23rd. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
No.
Are we doing it at the 23rd? Yeah. Southwest Arts Center, 915 New Hope Road, 30331. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item G. Public hearing, case U24-011, application by Awa Diagna requesting a special use permit to operate a braiding salon at 5370 Campbellton Fairburn Road in the MIX zoning district in the South Fulton Parkway Overlay District. This is located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a special use request to operate a braiding salon at 5370 Campbellton Fairburn Road. This is in the mixed-use zoning district. This is in the Publix Plaza at that address. You will note that there are maps in your staff report that outline the location of this plaza, and as requested, outline the locations of the other salons in the area, specifically in the same plaza. They also outline the zoning district and the future land use, as well as the public participation report. The staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning recommendation is approval. The conditions recommended by staff are that the special use permit is not transferable and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid City of South Fulton business license to operate a beauty salon.
Are there speakers for and against in addition to the applicant?
Yes, and I have two. Please excuse me on the name. I have an opposition. It's Eugenia Davis, I believe, and I have Sonny Azabuke. I don't indicate whether he's in support or opposition. Support. So I have one for support and one in opposition.
We're going to hear first from those in support. You do have 10 minutes. That is for yourself and everyone in support, so you may want to reserve some balance of your time for supporters coming after you and for rebuttal after you hear those in opposition. Please start by stating your name and address. Your time starts now.
Hello, good evening. My name is Khadijah John, and I am from South Fulton on Mauldin Boulevard, and I'll be representing my mother and stating the challenges that my mother has faced. For the past 30 years, my mother has been running her braiding salon in Orlando with my late and amazing father for 30 years. He passed away back in 2021, but 2021 was also the year that me and my entire family moved to South Fulton. My mother has been paying taxes in South Fulton, she has been living in South Fulton, and she has been raising her children in South Fulton. Me and my younger siblings has all attended schools in South Fulton, such as Langston Hughes. When an opportunity came up and my mother was given the opportunity to open a new braiding salon, she took the opportunity and she decided to go along with it. When she opened up her new salon, she invested over $8,000 in renovations and marketing. But when she was told that she was going against the zoning application and that she was not going to be able to open her braiding salon, my whole family was devastated. I want to state that South Fulton does not have an African braiding salon that specializes in only African hair braiding. We have contained and gotten over 400 signatures in support of opening a new braiding salon close to the area. We even decided and concluded that when we open our braiding salon, we will provide high school students with the opportunity to become entrepreneurs and learn the incredible talent and task of braiding. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable members and mayor. I'm in support of our braiding. I have an issue here because it's stated as salon. It's not a salon. This is a braiding shop. A salon, you have to go to school, get a license, and get a permit to do chemical on people's hair. I'm going to use your name. I don't know the business. Howard has been doing business in the city of Atlanta for 30-something years. Unfortunately, like the daughter stated, her husband died, and then as they moved up here in South Fulton, she tried to open a business license, get a business license to open a braiding shop. To my disappointment, and unfortunately, I heard that she had to go through a zoning process, which is, in my opinion, and I'm glad to see that the staff recommended this, and also the zoning people recommended it, because there is really no reason for her to go through the process that she's gone through. Because I'm familiar with the plaza, there is no braiding shop in that plaza, only a salon and a beauty supply store. The next braiding shop that's close to the plaza is about within a 3-mile radius in Hampton Oaks Plaza. The innovative approach that they're bringing to the community is very, very needed, where she's going to be training students on how to do braiding. Imagine the friendship that would develop from between the students when they can do their fellow students' hair. That's just the educational part of it. On the economic side, when she's braiding, there will be customers or clients of that shop that will patronize all the other establishments there. There is no exclusive braiding shop in that plaza. Having stated that, even the social and cultural aspect of this braiding shop being there is enormous. Recently, to be exact, July 3rd, the nation and the city of South Fulton celebrated the Crown Act. For most of you, for some of you that don't know what the Crown Act is a legislation that was passed in order to enhance the acceptance of braided or natural hair. To be specific, crown means creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. Here, this is ironic that the lady or the artist that creates the expression or the experience that we want the world to accept, respect, and embrace is in front of us seeking permission to do the same act that everyone wants to admire and embrace. There is no braiding shop within 3-mile radius of where she's seeking approval for business license. It's a misnomer to call it a salon. It's not a salon. It doesn't require business license from the state or cosmetology class or certification, right? Yeah. So it just is artistic stuff. So please, councilmen and mayor and councilmen and women, please, I humbly ask that you guys grant her the permission to do business in South Fulton.
Hello, my name is Awa Diakne. I am resident of South Fulton. Like my daughter said, I've been living in South Fulton since 2021. And the only reason why I got this shop, I have my shop in downtown for 30 years. And everything was fine. I don't have no problem. The only reason why I want to move here, because like they said, I don't have much support because back and forth having 2 sets of twins going to this school, I have to come 2 o'clock, get them to make sure they save. It's too much for me. When I see the shop, I was happy because it's more easier for me, so I can come get them, they can stay with me. So after that, I called my broker. He called Lisa, and Lisa, they were sent December. So they look into no exclusive, so they approve me. After that, the reason why I have everything, all the sign ready, because I was thinking I'm going to be open. So I closed the other shop in downtown, and I went to City Hall. They don't tell me no zoning or none of that. All they tell me is you need what is it? Yeah, they don't tell me no, none of that. All they tell me is have to find, fire inspection. So that's what I did. I called the fire inspection. They come and look at it, and they tell me I need to change something, and I fix it. After I fix it, pay for it, they approve it. So I was waiting to open. I spent everything. I just spend the $1,000, like you said, fixing up and trying to open. I didn't know. When I find out, they say, okay, disapproval because of zoning and stuff. I called Lisa, and I say, Lisa, what's going on? I don't understand. And Lisa herself tell me she don't even know. She said, and I said, did you know we're supposed to go through this? Lisa says, nobody never tell her nothing. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I already closed my shop in downtown. I'm here by myself with children. I'm asking for everybody's support. I'm not trying to be competing with nobody. I'm an African hair braiding. I'm not a hairstylist. I'm only do braids for natural hair and braiding. I'm not trying to be compete with nobody. All I'm asking for everybody to just open my business, trying to help the community and help my children. Thank you.
One more person? You have another, are you reserving the balance of your time? Okay. All right, you said we have a speaker in opposition?
Yes, Ms. Eugenia Davis.
All right, please come forward. Ms. Gaze, you have up to 10 minutes, but you don't have to use all of that if you don't need to. Please start by stating your name and address.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Eugenia Davis at 5444 Bighorn Pass.
I'm going to ask you to just tilt that mic up and speak in. We can hear you, but the people at home would like to hear as well.
Again, my name is Eugenia Davis. My address is 5444 Bighorn Pass, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349.
Go ahead.
Oh, first I'd like to say I am in the Parkway Village. I own the salon there. I've been there pretty much 10 years. I became the owner in 2020, right after COVID. And I've operated a full-service salon for the 10 years, from ages 4 to senior citizens. Yes, I am full service. I do sew-ins, coloring, cuts, curls, and also braids. I don't have a projector thing, but here's my services. Like I said, I also include braids in my salon and my service. So that's why I am opposed to having another braiding salon in the Parkway Village. There's more pictures of my braids. I did also do a petition to have over 300 signed, even tenants that's in the plaza that have signed because they was not aware that another braiding salon was coming there. The salon, the plaza is but so big. So we have my salon, the beauty supply store, the barber shop, a nail salon, the liquor store, and so forth. And that's why I'm opposing that we don't need another salon there. According to Georgia, no, she don't need a braiding license, but she does need a license to operate her braiding, which would be a beauty license according to the NAS code. And that's what I have, a beauty license. I also have my support here. Some of my stylists, I've hired 2 braiders, young girls straight out of cosmetology school, but they also service other hair service, but they specialize in braids as well. Excuse me. I have my Miss Nikki here as well, that is also opposing the braiding service because the community want diversity. We don't want, South Fulton is already saturated. If you Google salon near me, where I'm located, you have about 6 or 7 braiding shops. That's 3.4 miles or 4.8 miles away from the salon. So there is other braiding salons in the area. And that's why we don't need a braiding salon right in the same plaza as my full-service salon. Yes, I'm gonna give somebody else time to speak on my time.
Go ahead.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Nikki Cooper. I'm a proud homeowner in District 2, 7695 Rotham Circle. And as Ms. Gina stated, I own or lease the space next door to where Ms. Awa's braiding salon is proposed to go. So I'm in opposition of the braiding shop, but not Ms. Awa. I want to make that perfectly clear. I empathize with her. And this situation, when presented before your appointed planning commission, became a battle of personalities, and unfortunately, the community needs were ignored. As Ms. Awa has spent all this money, it's all because of one entity, our property management company. The commercial realtors are making decisions about the city of South Fulton. We voted as the constituents and the residents of this city for you. We're asking you to make this decision. They could care less about the needs of the community, about the other owners who have businesses there, about Ms. Gina. They care about their bottom line. They care about their income statements. We care about what our neighbors need, what our community community needs. Ms. Alwa's story is one that touches my heart, but that does not mean that I support her being in this plaza with 3 other hair industry businesses, barbershop, beauty salon, and a beauty supply store. It's just not necessary at this time. I don't oppose her opening a business in the city of South Fulton, but I vehemently oppose it at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nikki. I guess that would be it.
All right. The applicant, you do have 2 minutes and 4 seconds for a rebuttal if you would like to make one.
Hello, I'm kind of nervous. I haven't did it since high school. Okay, so here are.
Excuse me. Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Nay John. I'm the oldest. Okay, so number 1, when you go to the plaza, there is a hair salon, a barbershop, a beauty supply store. That's it. That's number 1. Number 2, people have been asking me for 3 years, because I'm a braider, please open up a braiding shop. My neighbors, my friends, a lot of people in South Fulton are asking us, are supporting us. We have over 400 signatures. It really hurts me because I feel like people can have a choice to go here or there. It's not fair to have one place where everybody can go. South Fulton is big. My mom deserves a chance to live here and work here. Yes, my mom's story is sad, but this is all she has. She doesn't do anything else. I'm asking everyone on this panel to just give her a chance. This is not gonna make the community bad. This is not gonna, just give her a chance. Like, this is just a braiding shop. That's all we do. People can go call and see, okay, there's 2 salons here. They go here, look at this review, go here, and they can choose. Give people a choice to choose where they want to get their hair done.
Hi, my name is Carla Holloway, and I live in District 2. I just want to say that I'm in favor of her being in the community. In that very same plaza, there's a wing shop that sells fried rice, there's a Chinese restaurant that sells fried rice, and then there's a Mexican restaurant that sells rice. But they all offer something different, and I think she should be here, and we welcome her here.
I'm Lisa Williams. I am the property manager. We own and manage the shopping center. And no, it's not all about the bottom line. We do want a diversity as well.
I'm sorry, we're going to give you time on the clock because there's a little debate happening, but we want to hear from you before we talk.
Okay, my apologies.
Mr. Mayor, you wanted to give her some time?
Yes. You just put 30 seconds on the clock, and we'll start again. I'm sorry about that. If you would just state your name and address while he's putting that time on the clock.
Again, my name's Lisa Williams. We own and manage the shopping center, the Parkway Village Shopping Center, and we have since 2008. We built it. We have had a great diversity. Tenants have been great. It's always been a packed house. Publix is good. The beauty supply place that's there actually is for all coming. We're not trying to take away business from anybody there. We're there as a team, working together for everybody. I'm just here to let y'all know that we didn't do anything wrong. She doesn't have an exclusive in her lease. We didn't do anything wrong. We were able to let her have the lease and...
Sorry, ma'am, that's your time.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to... I'm going to go ahead and open this up to council. Our practice is that there is the applicant, then those opposed, and then rebuttal. I'm going to go ahead and move this meeting along and open this up to council.
Point of order.
For comments. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
We do have a process where you have the applicant, then you have anybody in opposition. You allow rebuttal, but you did not offer rebuttal to the other side. Are we supposed to offer rebuttal to both, or is just to the applicant?
Well, to that, I'll yield to our CDRA Director, Attorney Attorney McClendon, or our Attorney Hyman. We got lots of attorneys in the room.
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
So the applicant spoke and left 2 minutes, 2:57 or 2 minutes left on the clock for rebuttal. Then those in opposition spoke, and then they had 4 minutes and 57 minutes left on the clock. Do we just offer rebuttal to the applicant?
That's correct. Only the applicant gets rebuttal time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other questions, comments, concerns, queries, allusions, disillusions, or hallucinations from council? Seeing and hearing none, we will be voting on this item July 23rd.
Oh, you passed council?
I asked.
Sorry.
Is there?
I'm sorry. I wanted to.
Okay. We will start, as always is our custom, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
I have some questions, if you don't mind, for the plaza owner, the property plaza manager, Ms. Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Lisa, several of your tenants, and I have spoken with several of them, said that when they originally became business owners in that plaza, they did have a clause in their contract that other businesses would not be allowed to conflict with their business. As a matter of fact, there was one lady who called and said that she wanted to open up an ice cream creamery, and she was prohibited from doing so because there was a smoothie shop.
Okay.
There was a smoothie shop in the plaza. Then when the contracts were updated, there was a provision, that provision was taken out. Is that correct?
I do not lease the spaces. I'm a property manager. Once the tenant is in the space, that's when my job takes over. I take care of the exterior and the tenants. I do not lease the spaces. Angie Akins has been a leasing agent for over 45 years. She is our broker. She's the one that leases and makes sure that Publix is on agreement, goes through and makes sure there's no problems or issues or any exclusives that they can or cannot do. And that's the reason why we get some in and we don't get some in.
So you mentioned exclusives, that's why I asked. So you were aware that she doesn't have an exclusive?
No, she does not.
Okay, but are you aware that at one time she did? And that's one of the reasons she wanted to do business in South Fulton. She's a resident as well.
Who, Betty?
I'm talking about Eugenia. She is a resident in a long-time resident in South Fulton as well. And that is one of the reasons she wanted to do business in South Fulton, and she wanted to move in that particular.
And she took over Betty's firm.
Right,
Betty's
correct,
salon.
correct. And she said there was an exclusive in her contract.
We can send you the Betty's original lease. I mean, all she did was, assign the lease over to her.
And so my other question to you is, before you said you're the property manager, and so before you allow people to make renovations or make any type of investments, do you confirm whether or not they have a valid business license or they have proper permits?
Ma'am, again, that's the leasing. Once they're in and official, that's when I take over. That's my job, is once they're a tenant of mine.
Okay.
And then they take over. Normally, most of the time, everybody has a business license. This is the very first time in my 30 years of property management that this has ever happened.
Okay, what's your role as a property manager? Again, can you state, what's your role as a property manager?
We own and manage the shopping center. Yes, ma'am. I'm the property manager of the shopping center.
So what are you managing?
The entire shopping center.
Okay. Do you manage whether or not a person is supposed to have a permit when they hang signage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're not...
The signage, the tenant, what the tenants do for signage is they contact the sign company. The sign company sends me their sheet. We review it, mark it up. I have to approve the sign. And then once they do, we sign it, notarize it, send it back, and then the tenant takes care of everything else.
And so are you aware that in order to erect signage on businesses in that plaza, you have to have a sign permit?
Yeah, well, the sign companies get the permits.
Okay, are you aware that that particular business has not only a banner, which is outside of our overlay, that particular, and they have signage erected to that plaza, and there was no permit?
The sign is not officially hers. That sign was there before. It's the company that we had to kick out, unfortunately.
Well, Royal Crown, right under Royal Crown.
It says AWA, I know.
Right.
But she has not yet officially gotten her official sign.
And so are you aware that in the city of South Fulton, because you said you manage the property, that it is required to have a permit to erect signage for businesses?
Yes, ma'am, to put her original signage up there, yes, ma'am.
Yes, and there was not a permit.
I haven't signed anything yet. I haven't seen a sign yet to be able to approve it, no. Even though that little banner thingy under Crown Royal is there, but because of all this mess, we're trying to get everything rectified so she can get the signage and the permit.
So
she wasn't going to pay the $1,000 or whatever.
Are you aware that that banner is not supposed to be erected? We have an overlay, and banners are not allowed in our overlay.
Ma'am, again, that sign was already there, and all she did was place it over what was there.
No, there's a sign that says, "Our braiding is coming soon."
Okay, no, I mean, the banners, when a tenant moves in, they get a banner on the building for 2 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks. That's always been the rule of thumb, as long as it doesn't flap or hit anybody.
So that's against our ordinance. That's not prohibited.
Every tenant that has come in, besides this one, every tenant that's come in y'all allowed it.
No, we have not allowed it. That's why that's why someone got cited. We have not allowed it, and it's been there for more than 2 weeks. It's been there for over a month.
Okay. I only go down to the center once a month, so my apologies.
Okay.
For not seeing what you're talking about. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I would like to say, thank you. In South Fulton, we didn't get this way overnight. When we became a city in 2017, one of the main complaints that we heard from residents is that they wanted diversity in retail, and we had the same type businesses. And unfortunately, the governance prior to us taking over did not do a good job with foresight or vision bringing when it comes to economic development. There was zoning allowed in other municipalities that brought a lot of warehouses in our area. The warehouses that's in the area, South Fulton Parkway, those are not our warehouses. Those are warehouses from other municipalities. But that was allowed by the governance before we became a city. We had to, when we overhauled our ordinance, which was about 46 years old, they didn't even have a vision to make sure that we had a ordinance with updated codes and zoning. That ordinance was over 46 years old. We put in our zoning code that businesses that was within a 1.5 mile radius of a like use had to come before council for a special use permit. so we could have the discretion of whether or not we wanted to allow the business. We constantly hear from residents that they don't want the same type businesses. This mayor and council have been pushing hard to rectify what was done to us. And you see us now getting the Chipotles and the Art and Gardens, and you see us pushing back on businesses that are like uses within a mile radius. We want a balanced economic growth in our city. And we have a licensing process that will promote profitability while it also prevents the over-concentration of businesses in one area. We have a business license process to ensure equal chance without excessive saturation of businesses in one area. And so we carefully manage, along with our planning department, placement of businesses. We're not against businesses coming to South Fulton. As someone said it best, we're not against Ms. Awa. We just think, some people just think that the business should be placed where it would not conflict with the other businesses. The business salon that has been there for 10 years, she has advertised braids, and she has advertised locks. She has advertised perms and also sew-ins. She has a comprehensive braid shop. She's been there for over 10 years.
So we are at time.
I'm finishing up. And so what I would say is, nothing is personal, but this council, as I close, is working hard to make sure that we have diversity in retail. Thank you for those who came and spoke, and a decision will be made at the next council meeting.
I saw next Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Move on, sir. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Gums.
I think Councilwoman Willis kind of said it best. We have been going through this, and this is not the first case. And I feel definitely for Ms. Awa. But for my issue is, again, the lease owners of these plazas. And there is a part of us that we have to make sure that they're getting the proper information and that they understand our ordinances and our zoning, because again, we are fighting for something that the residents have asked us to do. And that is not to have an oversaturation of the same thing. It is not fair for small businesses to have to compete with someone right next door to them. So again, all that has been said by Councilwoman Willis, and I appreciate everyone coming out, but you have to understand this is a new day in South Fulton, and you all are being put on notice because this is not how we're going to see our future. We want everyone to work with the businesses, but also at the same time respect our ordinances, and it's a tough decision. I can honestly say that, but again, there's a duty and responsibility to understand the laws that impact these businesses. If you need to get a business attorney, whatever the case may be, it is not fair to take people's rent. It's not fair to allow them to do renovations and they don't have a business license. So there is a due diligence that needs to be done. Property manager, lease owners, whoever. It's not fair to the business owners. So again, I'm letting everybody know we're putting y'all on notice because this is not how we want to govern our city. We want everyone to be able to have a business here and thrive. So with that being said, I apologize, Ms. Awa, but again, this is a hard decision, but at the end of the day, we have laws and ordinances that are on the books that individuals in this city are asking us to abide by.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to item H, which is a request for deferral. It's case Z24-010, application by TDS Builders LLC, care of Medina Jet, requesting to rezone from Sub C Dwelling District and South Fulton Parkway Overlay District to CUP at 4388 Old Fairburn Road, Southwest, to construct 30 single-family detached homes with amenities including walking trails, clubhouse, pickleball court, etc. on 45.77 acres of land. It's located in District 3. Staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendations approval. Once again, this is a request for deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll allow the council member to be instructive on this one because I believe we want, there may be a longer than 30-day deferral, so I'll just ask that council entertain a motion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I am going to request a 60-day deferral until September. If we can get finished, if we can get this, if we can bring this back in August, we will. But I am going to ask that we bring it back the first council meeting in September. And here is why. We have residents who said they never did get the notice. We have a huge digital divide in the city of South Fulton. So you had people who didn't know about the Zoom meeting. I didn't know about the zoning. And, you know, we got to do better internally to make sure the council members know what comes in their district. But I also want to ask you this so we can kill some of the misinformation that has been put out. Is it or is it true that this is a tiny home project?
We don't allow tiny homes in the city of South Fulton, so this is... the answer to that is no. I don't know specifically the sizes of the homes, but it is not a. Well, let me be a little bit more clear. The lowest square footage of home that we allow to be built is 650 square feet of heated space. There is, I think there is a universally recognized definition of what a tiny home is that I believe would be smaller than that. So we don't specifically have anything in our code that addresses quote unquote tiny homes, but we do allow homes to be built at 650 square feet of heated space. I'm not exactly sure what the proposed homes in this subdivision will be built to.
The proposed homes to be built in this subdivision is 700 square feet. The tiny home square footage is 500 square foot or below. And so I just want to kill that misinformation that we are allowing tiny home proposals to come in South Fulton because it's not in our code, and tiny homes are anything that's 500 square foot or below, and this development is 700 square foot. I also want to kill the misinformation that I knew this developer. If she's in this room, I don't even know what she looks like. I've talked to her over the phone, and I've asked her to allow us to spend some time in the community so that she can present herself and this project to residents with the in-person meeting, and I ask you to be there as well, Mr. Attorney McClendon, so that you can speak from the zoning code aspect. The third thing I want to ask you, is it or is it true this particular, these particular parcels that she's asking to zone already has a zoning assigned to it?
Well, every parcel in the city of South Fulton has a zoning assigned to it. This one is currently zoned Suburban C.
Right.
So it does have a zoning assigned to it. Sub C is one of our inactive zoning districts. That does not mean that it does not have a zoning. That just means that Sub C is a zoning district that we no longer zone properties into.
Okay, so with this proposal that she's presenting, is this proposal allowable in Sub C?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Well, the meeting that we have scheduled for the community, I would encourage you all to come to the meeting at Welcome All Park on July 30th, Tuesday at 6 p.m. To allow for the developer to present this proposal, and so that she could also hear your concerns, so that we could see if we could have a meeting of the minds. Again, these parcels already have the subsea zoning. I will get with Mr. McClendon to see what that zoning does allow for. What I don't want to do is deny this project and the proposal, this development can still be constructed on the subsea. Then we may have something, or the community may have something, or get something they really don't want. And so we really need to speak and give the developer an opportunity to present, and then you all present your concerns to the developer, and then we go from there. I think that would be the fair thing to do, since people are saying that they did not have input or enough time to have input. And so with that, I would like to motion for us to defer this project until the first meeting in September.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll entertain that motion by, if there's no further questions or comments, I'll entertain that motion by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0 to defer to the first meeting in September.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item I, this is a public hearing, case Z24-011, application by Century Communications, care of Gaskin and LeGraw, requesting a rezoning from AG1 and R3 to CUP at 0 Banner Drive, located at 3540 and 3590 Gillette Road, 3730 and 407 Boneco Drive, to develop 99 single-family detached homes with amenities, including a playground and open space on 36.55 acres of land. This is located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a request to rezone from AG1 to R3, AG1 and R3 to CUP, Community Unit Plan. This parcel is not in an overlay district. The request is to construct 99 single-family homes detached on 36.55 acres. This is in Council District 3. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval.
All right, do we have any speakers for and against besides the applicant, sir?
We do not receive any comment cards in support or opposition, just the applicant.
All right, I think you probably know how this goes. 10 minutes, start with your name and address. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle McCauley. I work with Gaskins LaCroix. We're located at 3475 Corporate Way in Duluth, Georgia. It's my pleasure to be before you, Mayor and Council, this evening. I do have a presentation Mr. Adams has. I'm here on behalf of our client. If you go to the next slide. On behalf of our client, Century Communities, we are seeking to rezone 36.55 acres from AG1 and R3 to the CUP zoning district for the purpose of developing 99 single-family detached homes. Next slide, please. If you look at this slide, this is the district map for South Fulton. The yellow star shows that this property is located the easternmost portion of District 3 near the city limits of East Point. Next slide, Mr. Adams. This is an aerial image of the property. As you can see, it is undeveloped. It is on the west side of Gillette Road between Bon Echo Drive and Welcome All Road, sorry. If you go to the next slide, this is the zoning for the piece of property. It is currently zoned AG1 on the property frontage and R3 at the rear. Next slide, please. This is the 2021 future development map designation for the property. It is suburban neighborhood. Suburban neighborhood 1 allows for densities appropriate up to 3 units per acre. The project that we have is 2.7 units to the acre, so we are in agreement with the comprehensive plan. Also, CUP is listed as a appropriate zoning district for this land use category. Next slide, please. This is a colored version of our site plan. As you can see, we will be protecting 35% in undeveloped green space within the community. Additionally, this community will have a playground with bathrooms and a pavilion for families to enjoy. Next slide, please. This is a black and white sketch of the site plan. We'd like to highlight a couple items that came as a result of our public engagement meetings. First, to buffer the existing homeowners that adjoin this property, there's privacy fencing and enhanced landscaping that has been added in 3 locations that are shown on this exhibit. Next slide, please. As a part of the staff report, we were provided comments by Public Works, and we are working with both Public Works and the city engineer, Shakira Johnson, about roadway improvements that will be taking place at the entrance and along the property frontage on Gillette Road. Additionally, we will be providing, as required as part of the comments, a secondary emergency-only fire access. That is going to be a gate with a Knox box at the current end of Casa Verde Drive. You'll see that noted here. That street currently dead ends, but there will be a gate there, and that will just be for emergency access point only. Next slide, yes. I'm going to go quickly through these next 6 slides. The purpose here is to show you the diversity of housing that Century Communities is going to be bringing to your community. First of all, I want to let you know that this is going to be a step-up community, meaning that it will be not only marketed to new residents coming to South Fulton, but also City of South Fulton existing residents. There will be ranch product built here, so people who are looking for single living will be able to purchase a home here. These homes will range in size from 1,800 to 3,000 square feet. The prices are expected to be in the 400s. They will meet the City of South Fulton's architectural requirements that prohibit vinyl exteriors. The homes will feature elevated exteriors with a brick water table. Century Communities has agreed to a 20% rental cap, which will be managed by the mandatory HOA. Finally, we'd like to thank Councilwoman Willis and her staff for her efforts to engage the community. We had 2 successful and well-attended community meetings. As Mr. McClendon noted, we received the approval of Planning Commission and staff's recommendations for approval, and we would ask for your approval of the community project as well, and we'll save any time that you may have.
All right, you have 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Are there any speakers in opposition? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council for questions and comments, beginning, as always is our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
I want to thank this developer, because this developer did spend time in the community. I asked them before they filed the application to meet with the community, hear the community out, and they did that. Not only did they have 1 meeting, they had 3 meetings. And the first builder they brought before this community, the community was not favorable. And this developer listened and took to heart what was said and went and got another builder. And that's how we got Century. And I'm appreciative that you did that. Not only did this developer not file the application, but they spent money and sent out notices to the community so that they could get participation. And we had some great meetings. And I'm appreciative that you all work with the community, spent time in the community. And I just want to make sure that we heard and we have implemented some of the concerns that the community asked us to consider. And that is, can we go back to the rendering, the map of the neighborhood?
Councilwoman Willis, there is an exhibit in the presentation that shows the changes that were made to the site plan as a result of the community meeting. It's the black and white slide
Right, and I looked at that exhibit before the meeting, and I wasn't sure if they had these items implemented. Remember when we were talking about the rear setback, and they wanted a 30-foot separation between, they wanted a 30-foot separation. They wanted to place it at the, they wanted a buffer right where that, you see that red line? Hold on, let me get to it.
So what we have is enhanced landscaping there between where those homes back up. That was something that came up in the community meetings, was that those backs of those homes will be along the side of the homes there. So that's where that red line, that's enhanced landscaping there. And then the community that lives in Happy Valley, and then the community that came out that live in Casa Verde asked for enhanced landscaping. That's where we talked about evergreen trees and privacy fencing. And then at the entrance, because of the change in grade, there's a wall and there's also fencing there.
Okay.
So slightly off the screen, but.
Right where they have that back, they asked for additional vegetation, but there was also a discussion about putting a fence behind the home and vegetation. Are we doing both, or are we just doing vegetation?
We can add the fence there.
Yes, that was, because I went back and listened to the Zoom, and they asked, actually, that's the side of the house and the back of the house. Correct. And it was mentioned by a resident that they wanted vegetation. There was going to be a fence put there, but it was mentioned they was going to put vegetation as well.
Right, and I should mention, in this drawing, the dark shaded area at the backs, that's their backyard. Right. That shows the 20-foot backyard, which is, it looks like it's part of the house, but it's actually just part of a requirement that the builder has, that there's at least 20 feet of a backyard before you even get to a buffer that's adjacent to the existing communities.
Okay, and then there was, at the cul-de-sac, where the resident asked for, you all mentioned you are going to give a buffer of 25 feet, and you are going to do a privacy fence at Valley Lake.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
that's...
Mr. Adams, if you just kind of push the image to the screen right, is that rear cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Yes. So the buffer that's running along the southern property line is 25 feet, so it gets significantly bigger back there at where Happy Valley comes in at the far extreme left side of the screen there. So there'll be much more than 25 feet, 30 feet. It will get quite large there at the cul-de-sac.
Okay, and lastly, one of the requests that I requested, because this particular development is being developed by the same builder who built the homes in Berkshire. And what I noticed is that there were brick water tables on the first, in the first phase of the development, and then when I went in the second phase of development, I saw less brick water tables. And so I suggested that we make sure that we had brick water tables throughout this development as the first phase in Berkshire. So did we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Earlier in the presentation, they've committed to brick water tables on these homes, on all of the homes.
Okay, all right. And then if individuals wanted to do all brick front siding or all brick, they still would have that option?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, any other questions? Seeing and hearing none. You can, there's a row of people here in the back. You can send your questions to them and we will get them answered. Our planning director is right here against the wall for any questions that you have. This is just a hearing and we will vote on this on the fourth Tuesday, July 23rd at the Southwest Art Center, 915 New Hope Road, 30331. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Next item is executive session, if necessary.
I think that we have a meeting. I'm going to ask if we could take a 10-minute break and start this meeting at 8 o'clock. If the council would agree with me, we'll probably be We'll start 16. I'm going to give you 16. If we could take a pause until 8 o'clock, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to close out the zoning, special call zoning meeting and to reconvene for our next meeting at 8 o'clock.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously 6-0. We are adjourned at 7:44 p.m. and we reconvene at 8 p.m.
Don't go anywhere, sir. We're going to get your question answered. right. I'm going to call to order our first July meeting of 2024. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
So roll call for the regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council, July 9th. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams-Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First item on the agenda is invocation, which will be rendered by Chaplain Nunley.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this another day. Lord, we ask you to continue to watch over the city of South Fulton. We ask you to touch this council, touch fire chief and police chief and everyone that represents the great city of South Fulton. We thank you for these 7 years, God. We ask you to continue to shower down your blessings upon us in the years to come. We thank you for the citizens of South Fulton. Lord, we ask you to continue to watch over us and let us do your works. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Lord, please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 4, which is approval of City Council meeting minutes. The regular meeting minutes from May 28, 2024, the work session minutes from May 28, 2024, and the alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from May 28, 2024.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the meeting minutes as sounded for May 28th.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, is everyone in our new civic clerk system?
Mayor, can you remind what water voter was coming up in the last thing? Because we didn't sign out and sign it today.
Okay, so is everyone signed in to this regular agenda meeting? There is a vote in progress. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screens.
Mine didn't come up.
It didn't come up.
It didn't come up.
Mine, did y'all sign out?
I did.
Oh, did.
Okay, we got at least one person registered to vote. We gonna get there.
I'll reset the vote.
Okay.
He's resetting the vote, so please go in and vote again.
I didn't hear that.
I got it.
Maybe hit refresh on your screens.
At 3, need one more?
That's all.
It did not.
Oh, sorry, y'all was in the wrong meeting. My bad. It switched.
Okay, we got 4 votes.
I want mine vote.
I got you. So I show the item approved, 5-0. Record Councilmember Gums in the affirmative.
All righty. Mr. Clerk, please sound, we getting there. Please sound the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I do have a couple of additions which I submitted previously. Councilmember Gomes will request to remove item D, number 1 and 2, from the agenda. Also, the following special events are added for consideration. I submitted it in writing previously, but Councilmember Gomes submits biking across the spectrum in District 2 for August 17th, 2024. You in Every Hue, a District 2 Christmas special, December 5th or 15th, 2024. And Councilmember Bell submits the following. Back-to-school field day and car show at Burdette Park on July 21st, 2024. Back-in-school family movie night at Burdette Park, August 24th, 2024. Carving Memories Turkey and Food Giveaway at Burdette Park, November 23rd, 2024. And Jingle Bell Rock Extravaganza Toy Giveaway on December 21st, 2024. Additionally, wanted to note for the record that you should have received updated resolutions for item A1, which is the mid-year budget resolution. Also, the uniform resolution, which is item D7 on the consent agenda, and then the street light approval is a resolution as well. Those are all the additions and amendments that I was provided.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
Thank you. Clerk, could you remove item F, the first read for the application by TDS Builders, LLC, Medina Jet, because we deferred that for 60 days.
So noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any other amendments, revisions, removals? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote to approve this by computer.
Did you get it?
Yeah, we had a motion and a second. Did we not? Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion. All right, it's been properly now moved and seconded. All right, I will entertain that vote electronically.
There we go. Look at that.
Progress.
Going down.
All right, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 6, which is public comment. I will read the public comment rules for tonight's meeting. And we did receive some comment cards as well. Yep.
Just read this.
Yeah. My apologies. Speakers will be granted a total of 2 minutes each, and public comments will not exceed 30 minutes. Speakers will not be allowed to yield or donate the time to other speakers. Speakers must identify themselves and their addresses prior to speaking. Speakers may only address the presiding officer, should observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity should be tolerated. The presiding officer will rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. You must be a resident or business owner within the city to provide public comment. You can only provide public comment on items appearing on tonight's printed agenda, and no comments can be made regarding any political applications or in support of other political candidates. With those comments read into with those rules read into the record, we'll read the persons that have submitted public comment. If I call your name and you wish to provide public comment this evening, please approach the podium and microphone, state your name, address, district you reside in, and the item on the agenda that you will be referencing. I have comment cards from Anna Lisa Barron, Cameron Heath, Rishmal Merchant, and I did receive a request from Jessica Pitt. Perry, who wishes to join us via Zoom. If you heard your name and you wish to provide public comment this evening, please approach the microphone. Okay, I do not see Ms. Perry in the Zoom. So, Mr. Mayor, I would assume those persons don't want to speak at this time.
All right. So we have no public comments for tonight?
Yeah, no one is approached the mic.
All right. We'll go ahead and get started with council comments then, starting with District 1, Dr. Rao.
I want to just highlight a couple upcoming events. On July 20th from 10 to 2 at the Southwest Arts Center, we'll be doing our second annual Men's Mental Health Conference. We want you to participate. We had great participation last year. You can register via Eventbrite. In addition, we're coming back for our 4th annual Healthy South Fulton Fun Day on July 27th from 11 to 3 p.m. at Sandtown Park. Again, this is an opportunity for us to make sure that we send our young people back to school equipped. So if you're a vendor and you'd like to participate, we still have some table opportunities available. You can highlight your after-school program or any health programs you currently have operating in our city. And then on August 10th, we have the District 1 Bulk Trash Day scheduled for Sandtown Park, and that will be from 11 to 3. Thank you.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gumbs.
Okay. First, I would like to thank everyone for all of the birthday wishes. I am a Cancer, a July baby, and I was so excited to get birthday wishes because usually I don't get birthday wishes because we're out of session, but I am excited. Thank you all. I am 29 and I'm excited. Why everybody laughing? All right, so just want to let you all and give you a reminder that we will be having our open records town hall educational meeting. That will be on July 16th at 6 p.m. at the Sandtown Recreation Center. I just wanted to remind residents about that. Also, too, we are, District 2 is in the second place as far as for the Strategic Economic Development Survey. We don't like being in second place, even though we are number 2. District 4 is leading, so I am asking residents to boost us up a little bit and make sure you participate in the survey. This is an opportunity for you all to have your voices heard, so I do encourage you all to do that. Also, too, I want to remind you all that there is a writers workshop series that Commissioner Arrington will be hosting. Certain dates that we have here will be July 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st. And this, I believe, is at, I can't see, is this Wolf Creek Library? It's at Wolf Creek Library, and then there's also a writing competition where you're able to get $1,000 for a first place. So if you all have any children that are inspiring authors and writers, please have them participate as well. Concert series and activities are starting to boost up at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. We have the first event that will be happening on July 20th, which is the R&B Wine Festival. Oh, they canceled it? Where they cancel it? I ain't get no information. Oh, okay. Well, it's canceled. All right. Well, we have August the 3rd that we will be having the A-Town Music Festival that will be happening. We have a lot of great acts that will be happening, and that will start at 3 p.m. on Saturday, August the 3rd. And then also, too, we will have Funk Fest August the 10th and the 11th at Wolf Creek Amphitheater as well. We also have a few other activities, but I do encourage you all to go to my website at councilwomancarmelithagums.com, and you'll find out more information. I encourage everyone to have a healthy and safe summer. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank staff, Park and Recreation Department, Mr. Turner and his staff, our Police Department, our Fire Department, and our General Services Department for helping me pull together an amazing carnival for Turbo Day. We had amazing time, good turnout. We have a native that is doing well in the music industry. He is Grammy Award-winning Turbo, who was raised here in South Fulton, and we gave him a proclamation last year. So he is coming back on a regular basis to do things in the park that poured into him and that he was raised in. And he told the kids that he remembered playing at Waccamaw Park when there wasn't an Atlanta Hawks basketball court. And so he came back and did a carnival, and we gave book bags away, and we had over 500 kids out there. We were able to bring all the kids from the different camps, Burdett, Sandtown, and Waccamaw, and so they got a book bag full of school supplies. So I want to thank him for his contribution, and all of the sponsors, Jim Ellis, and all those who contributed. City of South Fulton, District 3, we made it happen, and we look forward to making it better next year. I want to remind residents who live off of the Old Fairburn Road area that we are having a meeting here at Waccamaw Park on July 30th to discuss the proposed zoning. And so please come. It's important that you bring your concerns and allow the developer to present the project to you. Stay tuned. Councilmember Gumbs and I will be working with Chief Meadows to bring the public safety meeting to Waccamaw, Cliftondale area. We got to get a date, Chief Meadows. And then Councilmember Gumbs and I. And we also have I also have a senior event coming up in September, so just stay tuned. If you don't have my newsletter, please subscribe to it. That's where I am putting all my information, and I should have a mailer to you by October on capital projects we have covered. We should have the budget information in there by then, and we will also have the remaining events that we have coming for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Mr. Audie Jones here? He left? I am sorry he's not here, but I wanted to publicly thank him and the economic development folks for working to start up the District 4 Farmers Market that we kicked off last month. It's been a great hit with the community. As a matter of fact, I met a senior yesterday at my latest meeting last night who said the farmers market has not been good for her because she spends too much money, right? So it is indeed a hit. Y'all know we don't have our own supermarket out there, so we crossed the border into District 3 to go to Publix. But I told Mr. Jones that the farmers market is a prelude to the next, hopefully the next great supermarket that's coming to the city of South Fulton. You know, we had a report last year that we leaked $150 million of groceries out of an area in District 4. So it means that we go every place else to spend our money. So to Mr. Jones and his team, thank you for working with the volunteer folks that work on my economic development community volunteer folks to start up that farmers market. And thanks to everyone who has supported it. And speaking of that farmers market, we are combining the next two this coming Thursday, the 11th. We're going to have a post July 4th farmers market where we're going to have kids zone. So it's going to be a kids-friendly farmers market. So Bounce House and other games will be there, so the parents can come and shop and, you know, let the kids do what they do for a few minutes. Also, on the next one, we're actually going to combine our book bag giveaway and the farmers market on the 25th. The 25th of this month, of July, starting at 4:30 p.m. So we're going to have the school supplies giveaway and the farmers market at the same time. You know, I don't all the time compete, but when I do, I usually win. So, Councilmember Gum, since you mentioned it, yes, District 4 is leading, and it's now on, because I am going back to the community to say we need to hear your voices, because you see, sometimes people think that because District 4 is quiet, then you don't hear enough from us, but you know, we coming. Okay, so I'm telling you right now, we're in the lead and we're not about to give that up. So, with that being said, District 4, continue to fill out your surveys. Okay, if you don't get my newsletter, go to the city's website, jc.sebastian@citysouthfultonga.gov, and I can add you to the newsletter, and it's a permanent fixture in my newsletter. All right. I want to also thank staff, police, fire and parks especially for accommodating the last 2 meetings that we've had to discuss the improvement to Cedar Grove Park. And I apologize now to the city manager and the assistant city manager that I brought out to District 4 to put them in the fire bay to sweat. But that's exactly why we need to do something about a facility for District 4. Okay, I continuously remind folks that District 4 is the largest geographic district in the city. We have 7 schools within its border. And also, we had to give up the most population after the last redistricting. So we have a lot of people out there and we have a lot of kids. Councilman Willis, okay. All right, so having said that, I am working with the city manager, and hopefully we can come forward with a proposal for this body. Madam City Manager, thank you and your team for the tour that we did on Friday of those 2 facilities in Douglasville. It was pretty helpful and gave us some additional ideas. So we've had 2 meetings so far on the Cedar Grove Park redevelopment, and I am hoping that we could get in a couple others as we continue to work out the plans for that park. Also, thank you, staff, for the paving of the Wilkinson Mill parking lot, and hopefully we can get it striped relatively soon, so by the time the Fall Festival rolls around in September, it will be a much different looking park. Thank you to those committee members and my appointed board members for meeting with me recently. Right? Again, I apologize. It was a little hot where we were, but at least I made sure I fed you guys. Okay? So thank you for your continued service, and continue to support your district and your city. And as I ask the citizens here all the time, is to be patient with us. We are still a work in progress. Right, and continue to pray and work together so that we can truly build the city of South Fulton that we all wanted to see, that we all fought to create. And thank you.
All right, District 5, Councilwoman Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for those who are tuning in online, but also who are here with us in person. It's been a long time, so it's so good to look out and see each and every one of you. And as always, we keep it live in District 5. So I want to give a special thanks to everyone from council to mayor to our full Artie Jones and the economic development team for really helping and making it happen with Arden Gardens. So we have a newest addition right on Old National, some healthier living options and some healthier choices with Arden's Gardens. But I do encourage each and every one of you, let's take care of our new businesses that are in our district. We don't need break-ins and robberies and things like that. Let's take care of the things that we are given. Special thanks to our Parks and Recreation team. This month, the month of July, is Parks and Recreation Month. So at this time, I just want to say thank you to the entire Parks and Recreational team within the city of South Fulton, to our 2 best directors, Mr. Tenard Turner and Mr. Tony Jordan and their full staff. Thank you for always keeping it live. See, I'm standing up in the back, but thank you for everything that you all do to make the city continue to go round and round. Thank you for helping us, each of us, with all of our activities, all of our multiple events. We appreciate you as well as your staff. We are gearing up this Saturday with former NFL player Orson Charles and the Orson Charles Foundation for the Locker Room. It is scheduled on Saturday, July the 13th at Burdett Park from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m. So you still have time to get your ages, well, from grade 6 to 12th grade, any young men that are interested in coming out and being a part. We have about 10 NFL former and current athletes that will be out there to just pour into our young men. It's a free event. So I don't know how many events and how many opportunities our young men will be able to receive to actually have an opportunity to work with former and current NFL professional players. So if you are interested in signing up, please feel free to send me an email. I will provide that information. You can also go online to www.orsoncharles.com. Please get your nephews, the young men, men in the church, anyone that you know that can benefit from this. We're going to be talking about journaling. We're going to be teaching the kids how to develop a website, coding, and we will have activities available for our parents as well. We're providing free food, sponsored by Chick-fil-A. So we've got a lot of great things for our young men right here in District 5 and throughout the entire city. We are gearing up for our summer camp. This summer camp is with the Tommy Nobis Center. It will begin on Monday, July the 17th. This is another free opportunity for our kids who we consider exceptional. So for those individuals who may have an IEP, a disability, or 504, we will be having and hosting a free 2-week summer camp at Burdett Park from 8:30 until 2:30 Monday through Friday from the 17th up until the 21st. So if you are interested in signing up, you can also email me. This is something that we want to do in conjunction with the Tommy Nobis Center to focus on those individuals with disabilities. And then we're also gearing up for our back to school. It's back to school season. So in conjunction with Mastering Youth Atlanta, we will be sponsoring our back to school field day and car and bike show. We're going to be providing free food for the kids, great activities to get them active and mentally prepared and ready to go back to school. And each of them will leave with school supplies while school supplies and book bags last. So again, these are great opportunities for all of the community to take part in that are free activities, and again, at Burdett Park. If you are interested in registering your child, whether it's girl or boy, for the field day, you can also email me directly. And to all of the residents, the first official newsletter went out on my birthday, another council baby, July the 3rd. So if you did not receive the 3-4-page newsletter highlighting some wonderful activities and wonderful things that have already been done in our District 5, please, I encourage you to send me your email address, and we will add you on our newsletter email blast. Again, as many of my colleagues mentioned, the strategic plan survey, I'm not going to get into competition, but the strategic plan survey has been posted online as well as in the most recent newsletter. So please take 2, 3, 5 minutes of your time and complete that. We want your voices to be heard. We want you to be engaged. So please take a moment to complete that strategic plan survey. You can do it from your phone. You can do it from your computer. And then at this time, I want to recognize my newest assistant, my new constituent services specialist, Mr. Philip Watley. Is he here? Okay, so Philip Watley is the newest addition to District 5. So feel free to email him as well, any of your complaints or concerns. I can be reached again. My contact information is kiosha.bell@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. Philip is with 1 L. He can also be reached at philip.watley, WHATLEY, at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. And always feel free to reach out to us. You can contact us. Our information is also posted on the website. And again, we appreciate each and every one of you for being here tonight, but also being engaged and keeping it live with us in District 5. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. Last month, we had, myself and my colleagues had a great time at the Georgia Municipal Association Conference, where we receive a lot of our training, receive our certifications, and I would like to congratulate my colleagues, Dr. Catherine Rao. She has been elected to the Georgia Municipal Association Board, and she is our District 3 Southwest President. Councilwoman Helen Willis has received the Certificate of Excellence for over 120 hours of service and dedication to continuous learning. Yay for Helen. And Councilman Sebastian, our Mayor Pro Tem, has received the Certificate of Achievement for over 72 hours of service and dedication to continuous learning as well. Congratulations to them all. So when we go on these conferences, we gain a lot of knowledge, but we also fortify ourselves to be able to lead properly. And as you can see from the achievements that they're getting, we're serious about our education as council members. I also like to congratulate 2 businesses in District 7 that had a ribbon cutting last month. Congratulations to Shrimpies, New Orleans seafood restaurant, and also to Cover Nails, it's a nail spa, and both of them had ribbon cutting in the same week. So we're really excited to welcome them to District 7. They're open for business. You should check them out and patronize them, as we encourage residents and everyone to patronize businesses in the city of South Fulton. That's how we continue to grow. Also on Thursday, Councilwoman Bell, Councilwoman Williams-Brown, and myself, along with our Police Chief Keith Meadows, will be hosting a town hall meeting at Crestwood Event Center, located at 6524 Old National Highway, at 6:30 p.m., and we will be discussing our new police headquarters. The chief will be discussing the plans and getting community input and feedback. So please come out this Thursday for that town hall. We hope to see you there. Also, I will be co-hosting a back-to-school giveaway and community outreach at World Changers Church International at the Teen Experience Building, and they're located at 2500 Burdette Road. This is on Saturday, July 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that's about it. Thanks for coming.
All right. I'm going to do a few announcements. I'm going to start globally and bring it back here to South Fulton. First, I want to say congratulations and also give prayers to, we're going to see, there we go, to the people of Kenya who mobilized against a oppressive tax hike, but I do want to mourn those young people in Kenya who lost their lives, as well as the sister of former President Barack Obama, Amma, who was tear gassed during these protests. But they were successful, so my celebration and my prayers go to the people of Kenya. Next, I want prayers to go out to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and those who are in the Gulf, but particularly hard hit in the Caribbean. They're on the front lines of those who are impacted by climate change. You all have noticed that this summer has been hotter than the summer before, and it was hotter than the summer before that. The first named storm in the world, in a world with warming oceans and increasingly longer and more violent hurricane seasons. Those of you all who are familiar with hurricane seasons know that they used to not start until August. They're now starting in June. So happy news, the Olympics are coming, and of course our world-ranked Chris Eubanks will be competing on the clay courts in Paris. Go ahead and give him a round of applause. But did you know that we also had some young people competing at the competing for spots on the Olympic team, and they will be in the Junior Olympics in Peru from Westlake High School. City Jai won the U20 Worlds and will represent Team USA in Peru in the 400 meters. And Langston Hughes class of 2025 sprinter Maurice Gleaton Jr. won his second place finish at the USATF 100-meter final, and he will be competing in Peru in August. So can we give him a round of applause again? Awesome. And then over to the city of South Fulton. It was International Arts Week here. We celebrated with a solo exhibition by B.D. Stellmacher Jr., More Than Enough, which celebrated the Moors. And we closed out the International Dance Week with a renowned dancer from Colombia, Angie Chivera, a Fulbright scholar at Georgia State University, who introduced our young people to the Afro-Colombian dance Chimeria. It is from Colombia, which has the 4th largest black population in the world. Here in the blackest city in America, we are teaching our children that they are the citizens of the world, and that wherever in the world they are home. So special thanks to our Fulbright scholar in residence here, Mr. Jefferson Tenorio. Will you raise your hand? He is our international intern in the mayor's office. He helped bring this incredible dance troupe here. They will be coming back. You can see that she was teaching children at our arts camp. But seniors, she will be back at the Southwest Arts Center for a limited engagement in August. So you want to find out about that. As you heard, we had a birthday. We had a couple of special birthdays here. I want to shout out our new birthday twins on council, Gums and Bell. But also not pictured here, I didn't put her picture up because she doesn't like to be featured. But we also, our incredible city manager, Miss Sharon Subadan, also celebrates a birthday. She delivers like dominoes. So we hope that you enjoy some time off for your birthday. We bought a building, y'all. Yes, clap it up for that. We bought a building. We are going from being leasors to owners, and this is the first of many buildings that are coming. So stay tuned. We'll be on Old National next for our police headquarters in District 7. As you heard, you can hear more about that. And you've also heard that we have the strategic plan for 2030. We're buying buildings, we're doing more things. You've heard about it. You can scan this QR code to sign up and take the plan. Just going to show this because I love to show it, but you all know the first dog, Zion. He's very active. This was when we had our Parks Master Plan. If Zion can take a few minutes out his day to represent the four-legged constituents of the city of South Fulton, you can take 5 minutes to fill out this strategic plan survey. It's super important. If you've missed it and you want to find it or find out more about it, you can scan this QR code for our city's newsletter, or simply text the word news to 55444 for our city's official newsletter. Thank you all so much. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 8, consent agenda. We have items A through 11. I'm sorry. 1 through 11, I'm sorry.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion.
I have some items I need to pull off the consent agenda.
Okay.
You're supposed to.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I need to pull the uniform policy off because I have revisions to it. I mean, we could put it on a regular agenda. I just need to pull it off the consent agenda. And then also, I need to pull the, I need to make an amendment to the intern, human resource intern policy, so I need to pull that. And that's the only reason I need to pull them and put them on their regular agenda, because I need to add some amendments to them.
Okay. We did approve the agenda, or did we not approve the consent agenda?
We did.
We did, but that's what I don't understand. How do we approve it without coming to the consent?
I think we took a vote, and we added, when we were amending, we were adding events, like that was the time, but, where's our attorney?
Right.
Any of them. I'm going to,
Yeah, but how could we do that without?
okay, all right.
We don't have a backup.
Yeah, is there an attorney in the house?
Why did he leave? Why would he?
We just need a little. We just need a little guidance on Robert's rules. We approved the agenda, but now we are going to amend the consent agenda. How can we do that?
The agenda was approved, but you have yet to vote on the consent agenda items.
Okay.
You can still pull them off.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we have a motion to remove 2 items from the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Mayor, I don't want to hold them up. So, I mean, do we need to start putting the consent agenda before we approve the regular agenda?
We can talk about that later.
Okay.
Right now, we just need a second to remove these items.
Because I need to, Mayor, what I'm trying to explain is that I need to remove the items because I can't amend the items while they're on the consent agenda.
We know.
And so I need to move.
I understand why. Now I'm just asking for a second. Thank you. All right, and we will take a vote on that. Do we want, let's just raise hands. Let's just raise hands. Thanks.
Are we amending it, right?
Huh?
All right.
Yes.
All right. So we have, how many votes did you count there, sir?
Wait a minute. We're pulling the items off. Are we going to put them on a regular agenda?
Yes, they will be
that's
on the
all I want
regular.
to know.
We're on the regular agenda.
We can make them last. We can make it easy.
Yeah, typically, unless they're specified, it goes at the end.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we're voting in the queue here.
We voted to amend, to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't see no vote.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this by show of hands. It's 9 o'clock.
you.
We're gonna try this. Y'all come back next week with this.
That motion was approved 6-0 to approve the consent agenda as amended, removing the 2 items to the regular agenda.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9A, alcohol license application for motion and vote. The applicant, Metro Group LLC, doing business as Valero Gas Station, has applied for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer at 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia 30336. This request is for a new license at this location. All applicable fees and inspections have been paid and passed. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial.
I don't know what you're saying. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to deny the alcohol license.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Motion to deny is approved 6-0.
Can you please sound the next item?
Next item is business license revocation appeal. It's a formal appeal of the revocation of the business license for RSRA Ventures LLC doing business as Air Freshener Depot at 5225 Campbellton Road, Southwest 100, South Fulton, Georgia 30331. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to revoke the business license for RSRA Ventures LLC.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0 to deny.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item C under zoning and special use cases. Second read and request council approval of an ordinance case Z23-020, application by Brad Hughes, Rockhaven Homes, requesting to rezone from the R5 single family dwelling district, Sandtown overlay district, to the TR zoning district for property located at 6573 Campbellton Road, located in Council District 1, for the purpose of constructing 46 townhomes on 5.77 acres. Staff recommendation denial. Planning Commission recommendation no recommendation.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I have a question.
Okay. Dr. Rao?
I think this may be listed incorrect. I think they did a land use modification on this particular case. And I just need to confirm that with the city attorney before I make this motion.
Was there, Attorney McClendon, is this listed correctly? Or
It is technically listed correctly. Staff originally recommended denial. Subsequently, we have forwarded a land use change amendment sponsored by the council member. That land use change amendment has been heard by the Planning Commission. Planning Commission recommended approval of that land use change. So the land use change and the rezoning has to come before council. Unfortunately, we did not get that land use change amendment resolution on tonight's council agenda. However, I can represent that staff's recommendation will change from denial to approval conditional, under the condition that that land use change be passed.
procedurally, should we table this item?
We don't have to. We can. You can pass it tonight. The land use change amendment resolution will come at the next meeting.
So I want to say it properly. So if I make a recommendation for approval to align with the change in the land use map, would that be appropriate?
It would.
So that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item D. This is a first read ordinance, Z24-006, application by Litbit GA Fulton Industrial Atlanta Owner LLC, requesting to rezone from the Sub-A zoning district to M1 zoning district at 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, and 2336 Chattahoochee Drive, and to a 499,060 square foot warehouse distribution facility on 40.7 acres of land. Applicant also seeks to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood 1 to industrial zone. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation approval, Planning Commission recommendation approval. First read.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is
Sorry,
also...
did anyone, I should say, were there any questions, comments, concerns from council?
First read.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item E, which is also a first read. It's ordinance Z24-011, application by Century Communities, care of Gaskins and LeGraw, requesting a rezoning from HG1 and R3 to CUP at 0 Banner Drive, 3440 and 3590 Gillette Road, 3730 and 407 Bonecho Drive, to develop 99 single-family detached homes with amenities, including a playground and open space on 36.55 acres of land. It's located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation approval. Planning Commission recommendations approval. That is the first read.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item G. Request council consideration of a resolution, case U23-013, application by Brian and Deborah Davis, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4857 Neil Ridge. It's located in Council District 3 in the Sub-C dwelling district. Staff recommendations denial. Planning Commission recommendations approval.
I move to deny.
All right, is there a second? Or properly moved and seconded? Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, entertain this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0 to deny.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is first read, letter H, ordinance case Z23-017, application by DRB Group Homes, care of Battle Law PC, requesting a rezone from the AG1 Cliftondale Overlay District to CUP zoning district to develop a subdivision with 80 front entry townhomes and 133 single-family detached homes, 213 total homes on 71.127 acres of land located at 4390 and 4420 DeMooney Road. It's located in Council District 4. The staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendations denial. Once again, this is first read, and I believe you, Councilmember Sebastian, you wanted to note some changes to this item?
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I actually have some questions surrounding how this is presented to staff that I think we really need to address publicly, because this has caused a whole lot of upstir in the community, and what the community is out there talking about is not reflective of the current project that we have. And so this language reflects the old suggestions or recommendations for the development. So can you clarify for the public and for colleagues on council exactly what's happening here, Attorney Reginald?
Absolutely, thank you. The language reflects what was originally advertised when we sent out our mailers, when we advertised, when we did our legally required zoning procedures law advertisements. This was the original request from the developer. Since then, the project has evolved. There have been changes made. So it currently does not look like this, but we listed in this fashion because that is what was advertised, and council, of course, has discretion to pass something different.
So can you help me understand what the procedure would have to be so that we can get the record reflect here when we do have these changes, like after Planning Commission and while staff is working this out? Because just as was mentioned with Councilmember Royal a minute ago, I don't feel comfortable at all asking my colleagues to vote on this, knowing well that this is not what the current project at all is. And even the current layout and the community design is different than what this is suggesting. There are no townhomes. The major thing is there are no townhomes in the project. The community asked for those to be taken out a few months ago, And so they're not in there, and we had some other changes that we worked through, right? Because some of those were addressing safety and traffic, and even the concern about the width of the street in the back of the community. I think we spoke about all of those. So can you expound if any streets in this community are below code or present any safety as long as they're used as designed?
No, I believe this project, we worked extensively with the Public Works Department and the Fire Department to ensure that the roads were designed to safety standards as well as for emergency vehicles. As far as the procedure, I will say that this is specifically the reason why we went to this two-read system to ensure that when we pass these items, one, because we're passing them as ordinances have to be in writing, so the exact language of what we are passing will be written into the ordinance, as well as the conditions. And two, it gives us an opportunity when we do a first read and a second read to have that time period between those two reads so that council members, if there are changes that need to be made, we can then amend that language in the final ordinance so that it reads correctly when it becomes law, either through the mayor's signature or by operation. I think this conversation is proof that that system is working for us. While the language that is here for this first read is not exactly what's reflected in the project, it gives us an opportunity to have the conversation about why we're doing this process in the way that we're doing it. I'll close by saying that what I believe to be the correct procedure would be for when we introduce it for a second read, we ensure that we are titling it an amended ordinance to rezone the property to the new zoning district with conditions.
So is there anything the applicant has to do, or that is strictly up to staff?
You understand?
The staff will create that amended ordinance. My non-legal opinion is that the council should specifically state on the record that it is an amended ordinance so that the public knows that it was changed from the first read to the second read.
And I know what's on record now is a new site plan. It's not the old site plan with the townhomes.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So we're taking no action, is that?
No, it's first read.
Okay. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item I. It's the second read and request council approval of an ordinance Z23-018 located at 6705 Canton Valley Road. The applicant is requesting rezone from the S8 Senior Housing Old National Overlay District zoning district to CUP zoning district to develop 155 for-sale residential units, 86 single-family detached homes, and 69 single-family attached homes at 6705 Canton Valley Road. This is located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right. What is the council's pleasure?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to move to approve this as sounded, and I would like discussion.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, that fails for lack of a second, but we can go ahead with discussion. Go ahead, Councilman Pritchett.
Okay. So, in reading I have spoken to Councilwoman Williams-Brown about this. This was an area that was originally in my district, an area that I'm very well acquainted with. So when I read the staff recommendation, it makes a great emphasis on this being an agricultural neighborhood. Now, I think that most of us understand that most zoning that land that does not have zoning is zoned agricultural, although it may not it doesn't mean that that's a farmland. It doesn't mean that it actually is agricultural. So, as I stated in the last council meeting, this area is in an area that it's right across the street from my district, and it's in an area that has density. It's in an area that has many subdivisions that have a similar number of homes of attached and detached homes. So when I see this narrative from staff, I guess I would like to ask Mr. McClendon if he would come up, because it's making it seem like we're disturbing some natural habitat, and this is right off of Old National Highway on Camp Valley Road, and it's an area that can use some development. Is Mr. McClendon here?
Yeah. He's here. Go ahead, Mr. McClendon.
Mayor, I'm assuming that you're extending a courtesy, because I didn't hear a second.
There was no second, so can we?
That's what I'm saying. I'm assuming that you're extending a...
I'm extending, she asked, I'm extending a courtesy. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I don't think I caught the exact question. I'm sorry.
So this area, although it's zoned agricultural, it's an area that's highly populated. This is an area right off of Old National Highway. Camp Valley Road has Chippewa Forest that has over 100 homes, has South Hills up the street in my district that has over 300 homes, Stone Ridge that has 304 homes, Providence Glen that has 65 homes. So I'm not understanding why this narrative is making it seem like we're disturbing a natural habitat, and that's like this is a farm or something, and I don't believe that this is properly described. And I mentioned that, and I brought that up in the last council meeting, where actually it was talking about an overlay over in Sandtown or something like that. So my question is about the description.
The description is based on the language in the comprehensive plan. It's pulled verbatim from the comprehensive plan, and I think some of the confusion may come in that when the comprehensive plan was written, I believe the character area is rural neighborhood, if I remember correctly. I didn't print out this staff report. I apologize. But when the comprehensive plan was written, that particular character area, the description in the comprehensive plan was really meant for other parts of the city, and that's why it mentions those different neighborhoods in that description. However, when council approved the comprehensive plan, they chose to give this particular property that character area designation, and so we base our decision on that.
And also here it talks about infrastructure. And I'm sorry?
I remember this one wasn't funny. And it's for senior housing.
Okay. So I would just like to put it on the record that this is a project that the councilwoman of this district did support. And I yield.
Are you going to recognize me? I didn't want to talk without you.
Yes, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
The only reason I didn't second it, because I know we try to give district courtesy to one another, and when I saw denial on it, I didn't want to approve something that was denied. But if you spoke with her and you're sure that she supports it, I'm fine with. Mayor, I withdraw my. How do I do? I don't mind seconding her motion. So how would I go about doing that? Because it failed for lack of a second. What's the parliamentary?
We're going to hear from some more folks, and then we'll come back. Dr. Rowe.
I was going to say, I'm back to district courtesy. I feel very uncomfortable with both of them saying denial, and within the context.
I mean, you spoke.
I mean, and let me say this. I think if there is support, we need to go through either city-initiated rezoning or something, so this stuff may, like, I'm just going to say that.
I have a follow-up question, if possible.
Yes, I would also like to speak, but Madam City Manager, did you have?
So I looked at the, thank you. Thank you. I looked at the staff report, and under item number 11, it said this property is located within and around Camp Creek tributary CCT-5, and downstream this property are Clayton County residents that are impacted by creek flooding. Clayton County is currently working to resolve these issues, but the 72-inch concrete culvert that passes flow from CCT-5 from South Fulton to Clayton isn't big enough to handle current water flow. The drainage backs up on South Fulton's side, making the water top the roadway and flow down to the driveways and homes of the surrounding residents. So I know it's been a while, but I remember when this came up before, there was concerns about flooding from our neighbors.
In Clayton County.
I also, so I'm going to speak now, and then we can do another round. I don't want to argue, but this parcel was never in District 7. I am the original District 6 council person. People have been trying to develop this parcel since I was a councilman. It is not across the street from District 7. It is across the street from Clayton County,
right?
From the Camp Valley Homeowners Association. And I can also tell you that absolutely no one on this street wants this development. It is about 30% of the parcel is in a floodplain. It floods all of the time. And there's no one on Camp Valley Road that wants, if you've ever been down Camp Valley, it is similar to Wallace Road. It's next to a highway, but it sort of runs behind a highway, and most of the lots in that area are on a half acre or third acre. They're big lots. And one of the reasons that we don't hear dissent is because the people that live closest to it live in Clayton County, and by our own rules, we don't allow them to speak. So I do just want to put that on the record for them, and I will yield back to Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for yielding. But Mr. Mayor, I would like to put on the record that Chippewa Forest was in District 7 when I was elected. People from that community did vote for me, and dispute neither here nor there, but I am familiar with the area you speak of. But I would like to ask Attorney Hilliard to come up, because if there is an issue, I know that the last time that he was here, we did have a conversation about some issues that arose and the various back and forth with Clayton County. So my question would be, hearing that this is an issue for our staff recommendation, how would you plan to overcome this issue, or are you aware of this issue, and how will you overcome this issue?
Yes, thank you, Madam Councilmember and Council, for allowing me to address this issue. All of the issues you raised have been addressed, and if you'll recall, when we spoke at the public hearing, when we spoke several weeks ago, I communicated to this board that the Clayton County Commissioner and the entire Water Authority representatives from Clayton County met with us a couple of different times at our request. At their request, we deferred this application from consideration by this council so that we could have those meetings. We satisfied the concerns. The Deputy County Chief Operating Officer led those discussions. They asked us to prepare a hydrology study to address the issues about water in that area because the community there was concerned about it.
Yeah.
We addressed them. My client paid for his own hydrology study because none existed. We provided it to Clayton County. We had a follow-up meeting. They said they were satisfied with the issues that had been resolved successfully. They also, and we communicated that to the council member. We shared with the council member who's not here tonight, all those communications with the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, all those issues were resolved to their satisfaction. We met with that community that the Mayor you spoke of. 20 of them were at that meeting. They were all satisfied as a result of that because they took their lead from the council. So the folks that don't represent, that were wildly opposed to this application didn't show up in any of our meetings, and we spent 6 months. We ended with the Chippo, I'm going to pronounce the community wrong. We had 3 Zoom meetings with them. We resolved their concerns. They were worried about the quality of the housing that were addressed. There's an issue in the staff report about not having the infrastructure, that there's no sewer. We provided evidence that there was sewer capacity that was incorrect in the staff recommendation. Staff recommendation says it's agricultural. On your own zoning site map, it says it is designated as suburban 2 on the land use map. So all these things are wrong in the report. I thought we cleared that up when we were here the last time. I thought we cleared the issue about the sewer capacity. It exists. There's actually a plan for it. I thought we cleared the issue with Clayton County. We deferred to meet with them for several weeks, and I'm just a little bit, surprised that these issues were not resolved. And I know Mr. McClendon knows, because I made him aware a lot of times, so much that he got tired of hearing from me about the errors in the report that were relied upon. We think we have a plan that satisfies the criteria. We have the support of that community. I feel like I can represent that. I can tell you that Clayton County has no objection. All the neighbors that showed up and had very big concerns initially were very satisfied with the concern, and I think we've resolved all those issues. So I hope you all would give these facts consideration. And I don't know that Mr. McClendon is going to, disagree with anything I've represented this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Gomes.
This is for Attorney McClendon. Yes. What conditions have been placed on the property in regards to, I guess, the concern about it being in a floodplain?
So, the information that was originally in the staff report was information that was sent to us from Clayton County. Subsequent to the production of that initial staff report, there were meetings held between Clayton County and the developer, and I believe the District 6 council member, if she wasn't present at those meetings, she was made aware of those proceedings. Unfortunately, South Fulton staff was not brought into those meetings, so we didn't get that information, and we did not update the staff report because we didn't receive anything subsequent. But at the public hearing, the council member did state for the record that she was aware of those proceedings, and so we didn't place any conditions surrounding the water because it's our understanding that that issue has been cleared up between the developer and Clayton County, and that there are no further issues there. I'll also state that very quickly that this is Attorney Hilliard talked about the discrepancy between the future land use. This is the one that we had the conversation about there being more than one future land use map in our GIS system because we still have the old Fulton County map in the current South Fulton map. So sometimes there's confusion based on that. But from my recollection, and it's been a while since we started this journey, but from my recollection, I think we have the correct future land use listed in the staff report. But I do understand the confusion there.
Oh, staff is approving or denying? Wait a minute.
Denying.
And you're denying because
of the future land use, which is low density.
Did you just say that you all fixed it?
No.
But they basing it off the code. They basing it off of what they fixed it, but they basing it off the code. That's what we're here about.
And sure, if you, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm very familiar with the staff report because I've lived with it for several months, and I brought those matters to the attention of Mr. McClendon when I saw them. We thought that the staff report referenced an incorrect land use designation. If we had it wrong, the city's maps are wrong. They said that there was no sewer capacity and no sewer availability. We provided him with a copy of the sewer availability. They said that we hadn't resolved Clayton County's concern. We provided with an email from the Deputy County Chief Operating Officer directly to Mr. McClendon, where he said he is satisfied. He wanted us to continue to work with him, though, as we go through the process, because as you know, when you get into the development phase, the state law requires that any water issues have to be resolved to improve the existing on-site conditions by 5%. So he was satisfied with what our hydrology study showed today, and we provided all that information, and everybody that the district council member, and I know Mr. McClendon is very busy, but he was copied on all these communications, and we updated him after. And before we were able to go forward, because we deferred this application so many times, we said we're ready to go forward. We met with the Clayton County. They're satisfied. So I'm not sure what else we could do. But another important thing, the 3 points I raised that were raised in the staff recommendation for recommending denial were the 3 issues that I just told you had been resolved. And I was asking that the staff recommendation be changed because of that, the last one we came to our formal public hearing, but we weren't allowed to do that. And he suggested we go forward as is, and just I present those issues to you at that time. So sorry I talked so long.
Thank you, Attorney Hilliard. So, Attorney McClendon, what am I supposed to call it? Director McClendon. Well, that's true. He's still an attorney. So, from this information that Attorney Hilliard has shared, you're supportive and it meets the criteria of the project? I mean, so technically, he's met all of the requirements based off of what he submitted.
I'm not quite sure what you mean when you say he's met all of the requirements. What I would say is that our staff recommendation, he is correct. At least an email from Clayton County was received by staff that they are now satisfied with the water issues. We didn't receive any specifics of that, at least from my recommendation, so we didn't update that in the staff report. But they have told us that they are satisfied with that. But staff's recommendation would not have changed because our recommendation is based on the future land use.
Correct.
And so regardless of the water issues, the sewer issues, that language is taken directly from the comprehensive plan in its description of the character area. It talks about these areas not having sewer capacity. It's a general description of the character area district that is described in the future land use map. It's not a specific description of this property. So for the record, when it talks about no sewer, Mr. Hilliard's correct. There is available sewer, but when we talked about that in the staff report, that's language that's pulled from the comprehensive plan in the description of the future land use character area designation. So to hopefully wrap this up, the staff's recommendation would not have changed because the zoning proposal is outside of what is allowable based on the future land use map in the character area district. But I will agree that the water issues, the sewer issues appear to have been resolved.
And my last question, and were you, as Councilwoman Pritchett has shared that the councilwoman for the area is supportive, are you aware that she's supportive of this project?
That is my understanding, that she is in support.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I have one more question before I go to Councilman Willis. I've heard a lot of conversation about Clayton County, so I just want to be clear. These homes that are being built in the city of South Fulton, in Fulton County, their water and sewer will come from Clayton County. That question is for whomever can answer it.
Mr. Clayton County moved.
What we provided to Clayton was concerned about, what they said to us was that they are concerned that the city of South Fulton is approving developments without giving any consideration to the impact of those developments on the county, because we shared a border. And so they thought that there was problems with the site if any development occurred. They wanted to be sure that that wouldn't happen. Their fears wouldn't be realized. And so we provided a hydrology study that demonstrated that it would not impact them to their satisfaction. Now, the sewer capacity, and I didn't bring that document with me, but we provided it because the previous person that tried to develop the property had a plan to provide sewer to the site. It was in the city of South Fulton.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you, the hour is late. When these homes are built, who will give them water? Who will take away their sewer?
It's my understanding that it's going to be the city of South Fulton.
We don't do water or sewer.
Well, then it would have to be Clayton.
It would be Fulton County provides sewer, and City of Atlanta provides water.
Correct, Atlanta watershed.
That is not the case. In District 7, there is at least one neighborhood. I can't think of the name of that neighborhood. No, not Renaissance. Gets their water from Fairburn, but also across the street off of Bethsaida, they get their water from Clayton County. Half their subdivision gets their water from Clayton County.
But then that's a great question he's asking then.
Okay. All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
I don't want to, my colleague said that she spoke with the district council person. I have no reason to believe that she is not telling the truth. Our city attorney just said that it is his understanding the district council person supports this project. So I don't mind moving it along and throwing support behind it if that's what the council person of that district wants. And also, when both attorneys are standing here telling us that the water and the floodplain issues have been resolved on record. In public, they both have said that the issues have been resolved. And so, I want to be respectful, just like I want people to be respectful of things when I support in my district. I want to be respectful of others when they lead in their district and they support projects. And so I have no reason to not believe that she doesn't support it when both the attorney and Councilmember Pritchett, who communicated with the council person. So being that this fell for a lack of a second, Attorney Hyman, I am on the prevailing side. So what do I need to do?
Motion to reconsider that sounded item for motion to reconsider.
Okay, so I would like to motion to reconsider the sounded item to move forward with approval of this project since Councilmember Pritchett said she spoke with the council person, and the attorney said that he feels that the council person, he supports the project.
Motion for reconsideration to then take the vote to get it back on the agenda.
I support friendly amendment.
Yeah, can we defer? Because I want to take senior housing to make.
That was my motion. If I don't want it to fail, and the council person is saying she's in support of it, why are we deferring?
Because I don't know that. And again, I don't think we have all the questions answered.
Yep.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I will entertain a vote to reconsider by show of hands.
Reconsider.
That means that we're going to vote to approve it or deny it.
Or defer.
Or defer.
That's not we're reconsidering. I don't know. No, we're just approving or denying. The vote to reconsider is.
Or defer
You tell me.
until we have all the answers.
Can we defer it to the next
meeting? Yeah.
I'm just not into taking senior housing areas.
So there's a question that if we vote to reconsider, is that an up or down, yes or no vote, or is that just What is that?
I'm not going to deny it. I want to defer it.
So he's
I'm sorry, I'm asking our parliamentarian. Or actually, you're our parliamentarian.
You were voting to get it back because it did fail for lack of a second. Once you get it back for consideration, then it could be, and I don't know between Mr. McClendon and Mr. Hilliard whether or not deferral is an option, but at least we'll give you the opportunity to vote, approve, deny, and then he can address whether a deferral option is available this time, but at least get it back before council.
Y'all got that? So there's a motion and a second to reconsider whether we're going to approve, deny, or defer.
Okay.
All those in favor to reconsider approval, denial, or deferral?
To reconsider it?
Reconsider.
Yeah.
All right.
So I record that vote approved 6-0 to reconsider.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
To the August meeting or?
No, can we do July 20th?
July
27th.
July 23rd.
Yes, let's just do it at the next meeting. If we have to defer it, let's just do it at the next council meeting.
Does that give us enough time?
Motion, sir?
Wait, well, I'm sorry. Are you? We're going to let the other lawyers finish conferring.
I was just asking if we knew whether or not Councilmember Williams would be here on the 23rd.
We don't know. We didn't know about tonight.
At that point.
But somebody need to tell us something in writing from her by then, even if she not.
You need to be a creditor.
Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to defer to the 23rd.
Discussion.
Is there discussion, Councilman Willis?
I don't need anything in writing. If you said that you spoke with my colleague, I trust what you say. So I don't need anything in writing. That's not, I don't think you are telling the untruth, and I don't think Mr. McClendon is telling the untruth. I'm okay with voting for this tonight, but majority of the council wants to defer. So I'll go with the majority because I do not want it to fail.
Councilman Sebastian.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, it's not about Councilmember Pritchard nor Attorney Managing Director Reginald. It just feels as if there's still too many things up in the air.
Correct.
That issue with the water and sewer for me is huge.
Yes.
Because, Clayton County can then, we may be having a subdivision that we don't have any sewer and water for.
Correct.
We don't know that. And by the way, people have put stuff on our borders all the time without reconsidering.
That's correct.
Without consideration for the city of South Fulton. I'm not saying we play nasty because other people do, but for the record, that has happened several times to us. So I think getting some clarification, making sure we have that issue that you asked, Mr. Mayor, resolved, because the applicant, he's not even sure.
Right.
So I think we just need to get that clarified.
That's right.
And then if Councilmember Williams is not here,
Senior housing.
I think we as a council would have clarity on exactly what's happening. And at that point, we voted up or down.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pritchard.
So, Attorney Hilliard just explained that he submitted to Attorney McClendon a study that explained those issues being overcome. However, I also have I have never seen the question on anybody's development asking where does your water get serviced from? They're gonna get water. However, understanding that everybody has concerns, as we move to defer to the next meeting, is it possible that we can also, Mr. McClendon, look at possible condition options so that, I understand your staff recommendation, but also in the alternative, some realistic conditions and allow for a second exchange of emails and documentation, and so Attorney Hilliard can, when he returns, he can be prepared and provide us the information that everybody's asking for and do the additional follow-up on who the water servicing company will be and go from there? Is that possible? That we can I include that? Well, not include an amendment, but I'm just suggesting that, Mr. McClendon. Is that a possibility?
We can do that.
Okay, okay. So thank you, and with that, I yield.
All right, let's vote.
Is the vote open?
We doing it by show of hands.
To defer to the 20.
To defer to July 23rd.
Mine not.
She should have been.
How you counting that?
She said hers is not, so I guess we'll take it by show.
Are you in the right meeting?
It's zoned.
Just asking.
Yes, I did. It came up a couple times.
Councilman Bell, Councilman Pritchard, do y'all want to vote on it?
Voted.
Okay. So I'll show that.
Wait, what? Carmelita keep
And it's showing 6.
You don't see me? I voted.
Are there, I'm sorry, we gonna fix this later. Are there 4 hands to defer?
Yes, we all
Okay, so not 4 hands.
Let's say 6.
6-0.
Right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That's funny. I was like, wait a minute. What? Right.
So that brings us to Roman numeral 10, agenda items under administration, letter A. It's the second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 budget, mid-year budget. And I wanted to know for the record that you did receive an amended amended ordinance.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the mid-year budget modification for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's have a show of hands.
We got our motion.
Court, that motion approved 4-0.
All right, please sound,
Okay.
We gonna use the system or we gonna use hands?
we're gonna use hands. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Okay,
This system
6-0.
takes too long. The chair's privilege is that we're going to use hands. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to number 2, second read and request council approval of an ordinance to regulate the receipt of metals recycling, sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
I'll entertain a motion.
What number is it?
10A2.
Second read is second approval.
It's your ordinance. You want me to say it?
Oh,
Yes, this was a measure that police requested for us to pass to make it easier for them to enforce our code. So I move that we approve this measure.
Second.
All right, y'all want to try voting in this thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to.
somebody in my queue, right? Somebody in my,
I got it that time.
Is it the Wi-Fi that's the problem?
It could be.
We got 4 votes? Yes. Okay, the yes or no. Really not that hard.
It's too slow.
Do you have 4 votes, Mr. Clerk?
Not showing 4.
Okay, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Y'all need to go back to Novus agenda if y'all can't get this first.
So that approved 6-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Oh, there you go. It's a delay.
somebody vote with me.
Don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
We're to item Roman numeral 10B, procurements and contract, General Services Department is requesting council approval of the ranking contract and contract renewals and the option to renew the contracts for 3 successive one-year terms upon written notice by the city under the same terms and conditions not to exceed $3 million. The ranking for requests for proposals, RFP number 24-14, standby contract for architectural and engineering for engineering services, are rank number 1, Piper O'Brien Air Architects and Brink Design. Rank number 2, Gardner, Spencer Smith, Tench, and Jarboe. And rank number 3, Jericho Design.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the request for proposal number RFP 24-14 as sounded, and also a request to council for the approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for Old National Highway Project T265, Parcel 30, to authorize the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to condemn said property interest where necessary, fair market value established at $11,900 in District 6.
Second.
All right, it's probably moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved, vote 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item C2, request council approval, requests a resolution to authorize use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the Old Fairburn Road and Union Road intersection improvements, OSI 613, Parcel 3, located at 4620 Union Road, and to authorize the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to condemn said property interests where necessary. Fair market value is $900. It's located in District 3.
I'll entertain a motion to approve as sounded.
So move.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? I'll take this vote both ways, whichever one comes first.
Came up that.
Can I see the hands while we're tabulating? We're going to race against this computer. Okay.
That was approved 6-0.
Got you. All right. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item C3, request council approval of the streetlight master plan resolution.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the streetlight master plan.
Second.
It's been probably moved and seconded. Discussion. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
When we had this item in the work session, remember asking for some research on solar lighting? Because I know that there are definitely some large areas in District 4 and maybe District 7 where we do need street lights, where it's going to be very expensive to put in infrastructure for them. I do not recall us ever discussing this item again. I don't know if I missed it, but I don't think we've discussed it since, because I've been actually keeping my eye out for this. But where are we with this? Because solar is really getting cheaper and becoming more popular. So not sure why we're not considering some of this.
So we did not ask the vendor to update his plan. He was generally anti-solar, if you remember. And we did not, this predated me, I didn't think we should give him a task order to do more. So what we're asking for is for the plan that was done at the time to be adopted. On the back end of that, we have been doing research on solar to start small with some of our own facilities. What we have not been able to find is a very vast proliferation of solar street lighting in Georgia. Florida's a little ahead of us with that, but we are doing a considerable amount of research on it. We're going to do some city facilities to test them out, and we're continuing to watch the technology. But in the state of Georgia, we were not able to find examples where we could actually go and see the technology in place in mass in the street lighting sector. But I do know that they're doing more with it in Florida.
I really wish we had had an opportunity again to discuss this, because a company reached out to me. I think they watched our meetings, and I met with them and I asked her to reach out to staff.
I'm certain we've met with them multiple times.
Okay.
And I actually asked them to send us ahead so we could put it up and see what the lighting looked like. So we are actively working on this issue, especially in areas where we know we don't have infrastructure, but we also know that we need to get sufficient lighting.
If I may conclude, I'm actually working on a solar project right now, and that's one of the issues I had to deal with, was the question of why this is not a more common technology used in Georgia. And it comes down to one issue, the lobbyists.
That's right.
Okay? It does not mean that it's more expensive than anything else. It doesn't mean that it's not available. The lobbyists are fighting it. That's just the reality. So, as I mentioned when we had that work session before, I would hate to know that we are a city, that we're a new city, where a lot of things we're developing, we're getting ahead of the curve because we just have the opportunity to do it differently in this time in history. And I just find it very challenging to just accept that we're doing a citywide street lighting plan over 90 square miles. And again, I'm not saying we should not adopt a plan that includes the current way of getting street lighting. What I'm saying, there should be room for both. Saving 85%, as in one case that I know of, on energy cost, it's not a small saving, even though some of the upfront costs might be a little bit more. But with the low level of maintenance and the saving of energy costs from the traditional energy, to me, it is well worth it. But I'm going to get on my high horse with that because it feels like I'm fighting a losing battle.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
So, some of us that have been on this council for 7 years have been tackling this issue for 7 years. What I'm concerned about is not being able to see and travel in these dark roads. What I'm concerned about is residents consistently saying we need better lighting and more lighting. That's why this master plan was done. We, in this budget, last budget, we also approved to fund this lighting study. And so while everybody's trying to figure out new technology, I do remember the vendor saying that it was going to be increasingly very expensive, and it is not something that we have the sophistication to do yet in Georgia. We started looking at putting solar panels on some of our buildings. Welcome All Park was supposed to be one of the first buildings, but when we went into the installation of proceeding with installation of the solar panels, there were roofing infrastructure problems, which most of our buildings that we inherited from the county has. And I think we settled on the fire station in District 4 moving forward with solar panels. They had the strongest roof because the roof was relatively new. I too have meetings set up with Dr. Cooper this week to talk with some vendors about the possibility of installing solar panels. But as far as solar lighting in our streets, we're not there yet. And so what people have been doing is looking at LED lighting. And I think we just need to move forward with approving this plan. and allowing the city manager to effectuate our policy. We put in a budget for her to start implementing the lighting plan, and when the sophistication is here, when we're able to move forward, then we can move forward. But it's no sense in holding this up and trying to put the cart before the horse. We need to move forward and get the lights in our streets. That's where I am with it. That's just my opinion. That's my take. And I yield. Thank you.
I don't see the queue, but I think I saw Dr. Rao next. Okay. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Ms. Subadan, if it comes to a point that this technology that Councilman Sebastian is talking about, when these options are available, do we have the ability to update the streetlight master plan?
Yeah.
Sure. So I don't believe the streetlight master plan specifically identifies or doesn't identify, a technology. They identified for us the places that don't have the infrastructure. Those would be the logical places for us to put solar. What I'm trying to explain is, as your staff, we have been working this issue, and we're starting small to see for ourselves, because, salespeople sell you all kinds of things, and they talk about lumens and things that are, they sound great on paper. What we're doing is a pilot at city projects, at city spaces, so that we can test the technology for ourselves before we go out and spend millions and millions of dollars that I have to be responsible to you and the people for. So it's not that I'm anti-solar. We've done our life cycle cost analysis. We clearly understand what it costs on the utility side for streetlights, and I understand there's a lobbyist. What I would say is the streetlight master plan does not preclude us from doing solar. However, as your city manager, I did not feel it was in our interest to pay a vendor to tell us what we already knew. And that vendor clearly stated on this record that he was anti-solar. And so for that reason, I saw no reason to spend more money doing, with that vendor. But we certainly are going to explore every opportunity, especially where there is no infrastructure, because the cost of putting in that infrastructure would be terribly cost prohibitive. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you so much. I yield.
Dr. Rao.
She said what I was going to say, that y'all both are right. It has nothing to do with the technology. It's just where we need lighting. And so I would expect that our staff would bring forth new solutions as this is not going to happen overnight. It's some years before we get there. So it's enough for us. But I also do think we should put it on our legislative agenda, because the solar issue has been an ongoing issue in Georgia, and it needs to change at the State House. And so I don't recall us ever putting that on the agenda for them to work on. That might be an area that we can partner with our state delegation on.
Awesome. All right. Before we go for round two, I just want to Sullivan nod these last two comments. It's not an either or. It's a both and.
Yep.
And there are places where we as a city can lead. We've led with electric vehicles. We've been trying to get electric charging stations in our city. I've been working with private vendors. I do think that while there are huge upfront costs, I think parks are a great place to start. I remember not so long ago, we got some tennis center lights, and then all the copper got stolen, and we had to pay for them. So, I think there are places where either for safety or accessibility or remoteness, solar makes sense, and we can walk and chew gum. But any place where we are paying the bill, if we can have the sun pay the bill, that seems like a great idea too. So thank you so much for leading on that research. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, for the clarification, because since that work session, if you all go back and look at the tape, I've been saying it's not one or the other. It can be both, okay? And yes, I do trust you for doing the research, but as I said at the start of my statement was, I hadn't gotten a report back when I asked in that meeting for us to at least come up with a plan as to how we can incorporate solar. And putting solar in a building where you have to create storage with a battery system and all that sort of stuff is much different than having a pole with a solar catchment on it that lights a lamp when it gets dark. That's a much different technology. That's a much cheaper technology. That's a much simpler technology to put in the ground. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about street lighting. I'm not talking about having a battery and having to put panels on the roof and not this sort of stuff. So the technology I'm referring to is for street lighting only. A catchment on the pole that lights the lamp when it gets dark. That's all.
All right, thank you all for this rich discussion. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to vote. I see these first reads here underneath.
I ready to vote.
All right, I'm going to do show of hands and push the button, whichever one comes first.
I voted.
Okay.
All right.
Court that approves.
All right, we got that
6-0.
approved. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yeah, you already got 3 today. On one item.
I did. I really did. Mr. Clerk, will you sound the next item?
Yeah, so that brings us to the items that were pulled from the consent.
Actually, no, we have these 2 first reads. Did you sign these?
No, those were removed from the agenda.
They are removed?
They were moved during the adoption of the agenda.
My apologies.
So we have 2 items that were removed from the consent agenda. The first is item 7, request council approval for resolution amending the city human resource policies and procedures manual uniform agreement.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I pulled these because I needed to amend these. And so if you don't, wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the uniform policy, Attorney Hyman sent me the amendment. We just added some language to say that it will include public safety as a whole and non-collective bargaining employees. What happened is we have some non-uniform employees when they uniform allowance versus uniforms, and our current policy didn't allow that, and it typically allows that in public safety, but for some reason our policy didn't. So we amended the HR policy to include that, but they have to have sign off by the department head and turn in their receipts.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
I move to approve this resolution.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'll take a vote. Either way we can get it in.
Of course, that motion approved.
It's already gone.
6-0.
All right, please sound the last item.
Actually, I have 2, but this one, item 8, request council approval of a resolution amending the intern policy to allow students to work full-time hours while they are not actively enrolled in classes, such as during the summer and winter breaks, also seeking to amend the GPA requirement, reducing it from 3.0 to 2.75 to allow for greater diversity of candidates to seek internship opportunities with the city.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, I asked to pull this policy because I want to amend. Right now, the current policy has that only people can intern, college students can intern with the city if they're juniors or seniors. Why can't we allow freshmen? Why can't we allow freshmen and sophomores to intern with the city? I had some freshmen and sophomore students that were home during the summer and they wanted to intern with the city, and they were prohibited to do so because in the policy it says you have to be a junior or above.
You know, I had a really rich discussion with the director of HR. I wanted to bring in some high school juniors and seniors.
No, we can't do that.
So people have feelings about that. But it was recommended, and feel free if the city manager would allow, she can come and speak for herself. But this is our
right.
This is our first few years of this program, and we really want to get it right. So we could always open it up later. Like I said, I was for opening it up now, but I yield to the wisdom of our human resources staff. I think that maybe for the first year or two, we just have juniors and seniors. They tend to be a bit more focused. They may have declared a major, and so they have a specific area of interest. They have demonstrated that they can balance a workload of school and their other duties. So for those reasons, it makes sense. I think we could drop it down to a 2.5. But again, the wisdom of our Human Resources Office wanted to just keep this a tight and focused program. I think we only have, 3 interns now? So we should probably go through a few cycles before we start making too many changes. I yield to the wisdom of the staff. But right now, I will yield to Dr. Rao.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do not agree with amending our policy to include high school students. We have a youth council program that we have not started yet, but we approved that resolution, and so that will accommodate high school students, the youth council program. I am going to motion that we allow college students with a classification of freshman or above to participate in our internship program. I don't know why we're not. I mean, I don't know of any program that, well, there may be some, but I haven't heard of any programs that put that type of restriction on interns. And I think it's unfair, and with the shortage that we have in government, the more exposure that we can give students in college, the best. And so that's my comment, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rao.
I'll do that. The chair recognizes.
Well, I'm yielding to her because she asked me to yield to her, so I'm yielding.
We don't do yielding. The chair recognizes Dr.
Thank you, Mayor. To your credit, we just celebrated our young people going to compete all over the globe. I haven't seen any internships where they single out at that level. I think they should be college students.
Right.
My daughter in 11th grade did a whole year at an architectural firm and converted anyway. So I think we screen applicants, those who demonstrate the maturity and ability, we bring them on board. So I'm not comfortable with high school either, that, just to mitigate risk, but I think college is appropriate. And I definitely had many people calling me about internships, so I think that makes sense.
All right. Any further discussion? If it is the council's pleasure, I think what we have seen when people write legislation, they work with staff and then they take the staff's recommendations. We just did that with uniform policies. We've done that with citizen advisory boards. So when I wrote this paid intern program, I spoke with staff and we went back and forth, and I yielded to staff. But if council wants to do something different, council wants to do something different, I will entertain that motion.
I move that we amend the internship policy to include college enrolled students. Is that language just college enrolled students?
I think that should work.
I
think that should work.
College enrolled students with no classification requirement.
All right, it's been properly moved and second. We'll take this vote however it comes.
I'm sick of this thing already.
Well, your screen ain't even up.
Whatever.
That's why y'all saying the dog, because you waiting so long.
Did y'all get my vote?
Can we do it? Okay, there we go.
Approved 6-0.
All right, I promised y'all 9:30. It would have been, I blame the computer. I'm going to blame the computers.
We got one last item. Item added during the adoption of the agenda, which is the approval of 6 special events added by Councilmember Gums and Councilmember Bell.
I didn't add 6.
No, I said between the three of you, you added 2 and Councilmember Bell did 4.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Show that approved 6-0.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
I move to go into executive session for real estate, litigation, personnel, or cybersecurity.
Y'all tell me what happened.
Mayor, may I make a friendly amendment?
Second.
Can we start executive session in 5 minutes so we can sit on
In 5 minutes.
Yes,
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to start executive session at 10:10.
10-10.
Let's do this vote by show of hands.
I gotta let my dog out.
Show that motion approved 6-0. We are recessed at 10:04.
My babies are at home by themselves.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Late Late Show here at City Council Live. We are at 4590 Welcome All Road. Is that, we are at 4590. What is this?
Where you come?
We're here, we're live at Welcome All Rec Center. We are getting ready to adjourn for the evening as soon as we have a quorum of folks.
They loud.
We hope you enjoyed tonight's meeting. We hope you learned something. All right, and we are back from executive session. I will entertain a motion to close the executive session.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
So that vote's approved 4-0. We are reconvened at 10:49 p.m.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
It's been properly moved, second, and thirded. We'll take this vote by show of hands. Y'all don't want to use computers this time?
Approved 4-0.
All right, good night,
We are
everybody.
adjourned at 10:49. Thank you.